Hello, hello friends. How is everybody on this spring day? Very happy to be in springtime now. Although I think it's actually quite chilly outside in Toronto, but it is sunny, which is nice. Although I know it's not spring for everybody, but it is spring for me. Hello, howdy, howdy. Hi, Tina. Hope all is well. Hi, all. Hello, hello. Today we are going to be doing a painting live stream. I know that last time we did the 7-hour tier ranking, which was so fun. And I know we had discussed doing a female tier ranking, which I do want to do, but I do think that I will do that maybe next time or like at a different time because I'm in the mood to paint. I've been like in a watercolor mood lately. Hi Tina, sorry I couldn't stay long, but if I am in Oahu, is that how it's pronounced? Hawaii? I could have been, but it is very currently very late where I'm living right now. So aloha from my real life. Hello, welcome. No worries. I know time zones are like all over the place for people, so happy to have you either way. So I decided I'm going to use, I think, we'll see. I have 3 different watercolor palettes here that I don't get a lot of use out of. So I think that's kind of the fun thing about doing these live streams is to, you know, get some use out of supplies that I don't always use, especially since we're going to be working in my sketchbook. So the first one being this Prima, I always forget like the full name of it, but I should have linked it in the description if I did everything correctly. But it's this one here. It's honestly, I really love it because of this teal and this magenta. They're like so vibrant and right up my alley color-wise. And then I also have this one, which actually contains handmade watercolors that I bought ages ago. And I just forgot that I had it, honestly. And yeah, these are actually all handmade. I think they're Canadian, like from like a small Canadian company, which is really cool. And then the last one, so cute. This was sent to me by a follower and they like hand painted the outside with me in mind. You know, we've got like the I'm a Wonder, we've got the Luna, Sailor Moon, and then little Soot Sprites from Spirited Away. But they were so kind to send this to me with like a bunch of other art supplies like ages ago. I believe their name was Jade, and they they made a custom palette for me with, I think these are all Daniel Smith watercolors, so these are all like the swatches, and it's like such a beautiful selection of colors and was so nice of them. So I was like, oh my gosh, I really should get some use out of this. So yeah, it's I have a lot of art supplies that don't see the light of day, so I'm happy to hopefully get to use these. Greetings from Germany. Hello. Yes, it is pronounced as Oahu. Ah, okay, perfect. I have a drawing that I meant to share a bit ago. It's what I was working on when I was in your last live stream. Oh, amazing. Yes, for those of you who don't know, I have a group chat over on Patreon, which is totally free, by the way. Like, you can join my Patreon as a free member, and I have like a live stream gang group chat going, kind of like Discord, but just like much more simpler. It's just one giant group chat, but basically people can share like images on like what they're working on. And the last photo, Tanja posted a photo of like her laptop with her cat watching one of my videos. So freaking cute. But yes, so super cool. I don't know if you can see, but like this color is like glittery, which is so cool. And then this color and this one has like really cool granulation, like the colors sort of break up. I have this Moon Glow one, which I might have bought like after seeing it here. This one has like a little bit of glitter too. Anyway, so cool. Very magical. We'll see what I end up getting to use. I don't know if I'll end up using all 3 palettes. We'll see. But basically, I thought I would get you guys to help me decide on which screenshot we want to paint today. Maybe we'll get around to both. I'm not really sure how long they're going to take me, but I just need to upload them here, so give me a second. But I thought it would be fun to do either a Sailor Moon screen cap or a Cardcaptor Sakura screen cap, because both series are very special to me and they have beautiful backgrounds. And I'm continuing, I should say. I've sort of been on this journey forever about wanting to tackle backgrounds more often, and I do think that doing these screen cap redraws or like studies is a good way to break that ice. I used to do like more environments a number of years ago, but I haven't in a long time, so it's just so intimidating. So I think this will be a nice way to get back into it. But, so basically, we have these 2 here. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. So the one on the left is a screen cap from Sailor Moon, and it's like Sailor Venus, like flirting with I forget his name, but you know, the guy that worked at the game shop or whatever, or the arcade. And then the one on the right side is a screenshot from Cardcaptor Sakura of Sakura and Tomoyo just like having a picnic at school, I think, or something like that. Same, backgrounds are hard. I know, right? Like, but I was looking at like some of my old artwork. I've been some of you might already know, but I've actually like been posting on Tumblr again, and because it had been so long since I've been on Tumblr, I have been, you know, going through like a backlog of all of my kind of older stuff to post on there, and I was like, oh my god, I used to like paint more backgrounds, like proper like environment backgrounds, and so I really want to get back into that. So this is my way of trying to get into it. So let me post a poll so that you guys can vote. Which screen cap should we paint? Sailor Moon, left. Cardcaptor Sakura, right. Oops. Sailor Moon is my girly, come on, pink, blue hues, but I don't think I've seen you do a background study for Cardcaptor. Correct. I have done many Sailor Moon background studies because the color scheme and just the stylization of Sailor Moon is so like my aesthetic. But I have yet to do a Cardcaptor Sakura one, and they have like very different feels. And yeah, the Sakura one is very like naturey and a color palette that is not my usual inclination, so that could be kind of fun. Will the reference stay on screen so we can paint along? Yes, I will keep the screen cap up so that you guys can paint along, which I think will be so great, which was the beauty of doing or having the little group chat on Patreon. So if you guys want to paint along and share your progress, that could be really fun too. Both are beautiful, honestly, but I personally feel more towards the Cardcaptor Sakura. Yeah, right? That's why I was like, I'll let you guys help me decide, because I'm always indecisive, and I feel like there's no wrong answer necessarily, but Tina, can you look in the Patreon chat? Posted the drawing. Oh my god, Alston, these element characters are so cool. Turning traditional drawing into digital. Got 2 more to go. Brand with Watercolor aesthetics this year is Patreon themed. So cool. Oh my god, I love that. That is very, very fun. And Salem, your drawing is so cute. I always love seeing like fantasy characters in modern settings. It's like such a fun juxtaposition. Okay, looks like Cardcaptor is winning. I'll give it a little moment. The Sailor Moon colors, I know, right? Actually, while you guys are voting, I can show you there is another, or I did a different page with Sailor Moon screen cap studies in here. And yeah, the colors in Sailor Moon are just amazing. And it's funny, I actually saw a video talking about how the reason why it has that sort of like iconic pinky hazy hue is kind of an accident. It was actually due to the animation studio not preserving them properly, and so they've all like over aging, they've deteriorated to have this like pink hue, which I think is so funny because it's so iconic to the aesthetic of the series, but was an accident. Apparently. I haven't like fact checked, but where is it? Oh, here. So you can see on the bottom here, I absolutely loved working on this. Sailor Moon and Luna entering the arcade on like a rainy day, and then I also have this one, which is just like a background, like fully background cityscape with like the iconic little bubble, the shoujo bubbles. Yeah, and then this side I did Batman Returns screen caps, which is like a totally different thing, which is so fun because I feel like this represents my two personalities, two sides of my personality, I should say, like the little kind of like dark vampy vibe, and then like the cutesy magical girl stuff. Thanks, Tina. We love the Magical Girls. These characters have been with me since 6th grade. Oh, that's amazing. I love that. Now I don't know which palette I should use. Decisions, right? When Chris mentioned doing art backgrounds is hard. Oh yeah, definitely. I had tried doing one with so many Hawaii backgrounds from countless Hawaii pictures, but it's so difficult and tough. Practice makes progress, right? So that's what we're doing today. Is that a mixed media paper sketchbook or just watercolor paper? It is technically a watercolor sketchbook. I should have it linked in the description. They're so beautiful. Your colors are chef's kiss. Thank you. I remember watching those videos when you painted them. Yay, thank you. Yes, I do have full videos on them if you're interested for after the live stream. Okay, it looks like the Cardcaptor Sakura is the winner, so that's exciting because I was kind of thinking that would be like a fun change up since I don't paint in that color palette very often. Hopefully the palettes that I've picked here will suffice, but depending on how long I take, maybe we'll get around to the Sailor Moon as well, but ooh, hello. Oh, come on. There we go. We shall see, but for now we will work on this. Does anyone feel like there is just some things you could do you can't do anymore because I just don't have the patience for many layered paintings anymore? I understand you. Like I was mentioning earlier, I've been looking at some of my older work, and I was like, I used to do these like much more elaborate and like involved backgrounds, and I am amazed that I used to do that, and I don't know how I did it, so I feel you. Sometimes you're just like, what happened? Who was that? So I'm trying to recapture that essence. But before we get to the painting part, I do want to draw out a little border. I'm just trying to remember like what proportions I used in the past. So I think I did 1 centimeter on the edges, and then we got 12 centimeters, 15 centimeters. Okay, because I like to have it be a little cleaner. I don't typically paint or use like tape on the edges, but I just draw it out so I have some kind of container. It's just more satisfying when it's a little bit neater. The Sailor Moon mall floor is so pretty. I know, right? What actually, funny enough, what actually inspired me to do screen cap studies for this live stream was because I started watching Slam Dunk, which is a 90s anime, and I absolutely love the aesthetic of older anime. It is unmatched. And so I did initially look at some Slam Dunk screen cap options, but Sailor Moon and Cardcaptor Sakura were truly calling to me in terms of actually recreating. If I could recommend a drawing idea, you could pick your favorite outfit of the days and draw your OC or favorite characters in it. Aw, thank you. That would be cute. My desk is such a mess because I started booking on Friday after practice and never cleaned up everything, shoved into a corner. Yeah, my desk or my workspace is always like really, really chaotic. I just sort of like clear things out for when I'm on camera, basically. Chef's kiss for old anime, right? There's something really charming about the way that they were made. So much more of it was traditionally done, and even though, you know, sometimes the faces would be a little janky or sometimes the animation isn't, you know, perfect or whatever, there is just something really nostalgic about it, even though I have never seen Slam Dunk before. Just the way that they approach it. Like, because to like save on animation time, there's like a lot of like zooms, like slow zooms on like a single frame or like pans and stuff. And I don't know, I just really like it. And obviously just like the general style of it is just so more tactile looking to me. But other than the just like visually, I am enjoying Slam Dunk. I am not a sports person. I don't really know, you know, much about basketball or anything like that. But I find that with sports anime, I just love the characters and seeing the growth and the dynamic that they have with each other. And it's like more about like the coming of age element of it rather than the sports, for me anyway. Same, my desk slash table are always messy, but I only clear it to make space for my laptop. Yeah, exactly. It's just, I'm just sort of like moving giant piles of things like around for whatever purpose I need the space for. Finally finished my the page of my sketchbook today. I have more than 30 left, and with this piece I'll finish it in 5 years. Do you struggle with finishing sketchbooks? If so, do you have any advice? That's, honestly, you should be proud. I actually just made I recently did a sketchbook tour on my Patreon page, and I did like a short of it, and I posted like a reel for Instagram and TikTok. that I had a sketchbook that I just finished and took me 10 years to finish. So I unfortunately do not have any advice on finishing sketchbooks because I also take forever with them. But honestly, like, I think we need to normalize taking a long time for sketchbooks because everyone operates differently. And while yes, it is very impressive to see people finish sketchbooks like within the year, sometimes it's just not realistic for everyone. For me, I have so many different sketchbooks that I rotate through because I use so many different mediums and I have different sketchbooks for different purposes. It doesn't really it's not conducive to finishing them quickly because I'm rotating through several of them. Okay, so let me just make sure you guys are properly zoomed in here. I mentioned this last time, I really need like I need dual monitors at this point, but I will make do for now. Who is Sports? I don't know her. I feel like with Slam Dunk especially, I do think that they are catering to people. They are still catering to people, or recognizing that people who are watching it are fans of basketball, but they are also recognizing that there are people watching it that don't know anything about basketball. So it's really funny, like when they mention like a certain term or technique or play or whatever, they'll have like a tiny, like, quick segment of a character just being like, this is what a layup means or whatever. It's just like really cute. It's so charming. I can't say the same for a messy desk because I cannot work in a messy room. It makes me stressed. That is very valid. I honestly, and this is like my own fault, but whenever I do like actually tidy up an area, it does feel way more calming and it makes me feel like it makes me want to be more productive. Like I really should tidy up my space a lot more because I do think it would be better for me, but it just gets messy very quickly and I'm kind of lazy. I just find cleaning really boring. I'm very envious of people who enjoy tidying up / I have like a number of friends who are like, when they're stressed, they clean, and I am not that person. I wish I was, because that seems so efficient. Like such an efficient use of your time. If I'm stressed, I just like shut down. I like have I can't do anything. Or I have a hard time doing anything. I just want to like rot. Not productive way to be. I finished my sketchbooks, but that's because I take at least one, normally 2 around with me all the time, and even then they'll take a long while due to my busy life. Yeah, I definitely wish I was that person that like brought sketchbooks with me around, because I'm very envious of people who like draw on the go. But I am not that person, unfortunately. Are these birch trees? I'm not sure. I think it's birch trees, right? The ones that have like the white bark. I just find them so beautiful. I really like the look of them. I just realized that this is like very, it's probably hard for you guys to see the lines. So let me like darken, or yeah, not make it so blown out. Wow, 10 years. That's pretty good if you work on multiple sketchbooks at once. Congrats. Also, I agree with what you said. Time it takes is different for everyone. Yeah, and like some sketchbooks, you know, I'm doing these like full, very like full pages, so it makes sense that they would take a long time, whereas some people just work very quickly, or they're, you know, the sketches that they're doing are more minimal. Same, I was able to sketchbooks in about a year or within months when I was in high school. Now it takes me years and slowly becoming a sketchbook hoarder. I'm definitely a sketchbook hoarder, but also, you know, I think most of us in high school had more time in general than we do now with the responsibilities of life, unfortunately. So that's a factor to keep in mind as well. I definitely just drew and made more art when I was younger, for sure. Mind you, the art wasn't great, but I did make a lot of it, for sure. I enjoy cleaning. I usually listen to true crime podcasts or watch body doubling videos. It's like cleaning with a friend. Wow. I wish I was that person. I wish I enjoyed cleaning. I think the problem I have with sketchbooks is that my drawings have to be nicely finished. If I draw just sketches as what they should be, I would be much faster. Yeah, I'm also trying to get better about that, because I also tend to be a little bit too precious and take too long on trying to make everything like super nice. But there is something to there is something to like just drawing quote unquote like ugly sketches. So I've been trying to embrace that. Easier said than done, though. I guess I would need to see that here. That, and then there's the fence on top here. I guess I think I actually, I mean, the proportion, the ratio that I'm doing on this is different from the screen cap. The screen cap is more square, and what I'm doing is more rectangle, but I do think I made this too high. There's more like sky. I tend to be really neat, not necessarily clean. I also got a crescent render sketchbook a while ago and did a full color drawing on every page. Never again. Aw. I mean, the crescent render marker sketchbook, like, I bought it purely because I wanted to be able to use like alcohol markers on both sides, because it's just like so satisfying to see these like full covered pages. But yeah, I recognize it does take a long time. Actually, I probably could have kept that this first one. Something I noticed that I have not experienced in watching a lot of anime that feature high schools is they all seem to have that rooftop that's accessible to the students, where they just like hang out, and I'm so jealous because that seems so nice. I don't know if that's like a real thing that is common in for Japanese schools, but I seem to see it in like every single school anime where you see characters like hanging out on the roof, and it looks so nice. Kind of just end up doing what I have time for. Wish I had some more finished artworks in my sketchbook. Yeah, time really is the main factor for a lot of people, including myself. My friend and I were discussing how, because she's an artist as well, that even though you know, we are full-time artists, so much of our job isn't even actually making art, unfortunately. So much of it is spent doing other things, which is really unfortunate. But that is the reality of when it's your career. You have to allot so much time for other things like editing YouTube videos, running an online shop, answering emails, that kind of thing. Oh, you mean the High School Musical rooftop? Exactly. Oh my gosh. That is so funny you mentioned that, Alston, because I can't believe I didn't mention it in my podcast on Patreon, but my friends and I did a High School Musical marathon I think last month, and it was such a blast. Those movies are so fun, and the music, chef's kiss. Oh, actually, you know what? Maybe I should... I think I might... Yeah, maybe I'll draw the characters first, and then I will draw the rest of the building. You have to be main character TM in order to access the secret rooftop hangout area. You're right. You're so right. I unfortunately was not the main character in high school. I actually have a friend I could ask, because I wish our schools had the rooftop lunches also. Ugh. Jealous. Jealous of everyone who had the rooftop. I better get going. I'll definitely tune into the replay later on today. Good night. And speaking of rooftops, I do wish all buildings had recreational rooftop area for rest and relaxation as well. Yes, absolutely. Thanks for joining. Have a good night. I did live in Japan for a couple of years. Not to school, but I think I do remember seeing schools looking like that. That's amazing. Not gonna lie, I feel like sloppy backgrounds can be satisfying to look at sometimes, especially if it's like a wall or something usually flat. Yeah, I definitely think that, you know, with backgrounds, it just needs to like serve the subject, right? No matter what that is. I do think that when it comes to environments, nature I think is more approachable than man-made things like buildings and cityscapes and things like that, because I find if you're drawing like mountains and trees and things like that, it's a little easier to sort of like, it's more organic, so it doesn't feel like it has to be super precise. Whereas if you draw a building super wonky, I feel like it's easier to mess it up, or like it's more obvious if it's messed up looking, if that makes sense. So it worked out that you guys voted for this one, the screen cap, because it has both elements. It's got the building, but it's more focused on the trees and nature, which is, I think, in my opinion, going to be easier for me than the arcade screen cap. Also, Tomoyo's hair is absolute goals. I absolutely love it. That just like the straight bang and then like straight, but then like just that little wave at the end. So cute. My hair is like almost this length actually now. It's getting pretty long. My boyfriend never watched the third one. I said, how dare you date me and not have seen it? We watched it and he said, didn't like give fabulous. I was so hurt because Can I Have This Dance is Chef's Kiss. Oh my god, I love that you made your boyfriend watch it. That's kind of fun that you got to experience it with him. But I feel like, to me, the second one is my favorite. So I don't blame your boyfriend for like maybe not being like obsessed with the third one, because when we were rewatching them, in my memory, I thought I preferred the first one. But then on rewatch, I was like, hold on, no, I think the second one has like the most iconic songs, in my opinion. The second one just felt way more campy, which I loved. Like, the breakup song is so iconic. Bet on It with like Troy, you know, running around in the green field. The color grading on it too is like so iconic. Like Zac Efron's eyes were like a piercing blue, to like an alarming degree. Painting landscapes help with learning gouache because painting people felt super scary. Yeah, absolutely. Like gouache, I think that's the medium that most Ghibli movies are done with. Like the backgrounds for Ghibli films, I believe, are usually gouache. So totally makes sense that you were doing landscapes to learn with gouache. I love Tomoyo. I do too. I love our girl. She is so iconic. All the outfits, the fangirling. She was a real one. That's what I love about Cardcaptor Sakura, is she got to have a new outfit every time, which is amazing, especially as someone who loves clothes and costumes and stuff. It was so fun to see what outfit she was gonna have, and it was always like themed for the episode and like the card that she was catching. Obsessed. Cardcaptor Sakura has like a very special place in my heart because, one, it's just so wholesome and sweet, but also it's kind of what really got me into drawing, actually. Like, I watched Sailor Moon first, and of course it's iconic and very influential for me. But Cardcaptor Sakura, I was a little bit older when I watched it. And that was kind of the turning point of when I was like, wait, maybe I want to do like a lot more drawing and making fan art. And started reading like fanfics and stuff, and that's what like kind of really like ignited the journey. Hello from Italy. Hello. Okay, Tina, you're not wrong. It was really campy, and Homeboy was tan. He was really tan. They were like, it is summer. It is summertime. They're gonna be tan. And that was also, I feel like, the trend as well during that era. Like, everyone was alarmingly tan. For real, I can remember all the second movie songs by memory, and I can barely recall the lyrics to Bop to the Top and Breaking Free. Yeah, the second one is just iconic. Like, every song that would come on, I was like, this is the best one. No, wait, this is the best one. Like, I Can't Dance, the Chad and Lucas? Was that his name? The blonde guy? I always mix up the actor's name and then the character's name. Lucas is his real name, isn't it? Like the actor's name. Chad and... Anyway. The baseball sequence, so good. We were joking, we were like, this is so K-pop coded to me. Like, it, you know, why are the K-pop boy groups doing baseball concepts? The second one was the best one, in my opinion. It has everything, the sass, the drama, the Sharpay gorgeousness. Like, she slayed. She did slay. Fabulous with the pool sequence. So fun. And the drama of the breakup. Like, that song is so good. My friend and I did it for karaoke, and it was such a blast. What about us? What about everything we've been through? So fun. And then the hilarious part of, like, how dramatic they were, and then, like, she's literally just going home and they're gonna see each other tomorrow at work. So funny. And I could just be interpreting it, but it just looked like everyone was having a blast, like, filming it. Okay. I'm not going to focus, like, too harshly on, like, what the characters look like, because it's not that important. I think that's awkwardly placed. Corbin Blue. Yes, that was the actor. Yeah, the actor's name for Chad. I remember that. Hey, Tina. Hi, all. Got here late and have been lurking. Hello, Alyssa. Welcome. No worries. Feel free to lurk. I know that, you know, a lot of people like to get work done during these live streams, which is very valid. The changing outfits is so fun for an animation. So many of them feature the character in the same clothes every day, especially in shows for young audiences. Yes, I agree. Like, it just takes it to that extra level of thought and care, and it makes the characters feel more real. I say this a lot about The Weekenders, which is so underrated. I don't know if anyone remembers The Weekenders. It was like a Disney Channel animated TV show, and I absolutely loved it. And that was a show where, like, the characters didn't have to change their outfits. Like, the outfits had nothing to do with the show. But they had, like, rotating outfits. I think they had, like, at least, like, 5 or so different outfits, and it just represented their personalities so well, and it just, like, made the characters feel more relatable and grounded. And that show is so good. I'm so annoyed that it's not on Disney Plus. And so I was, like, searching around for it because I was feeling really nostalgic, and I found it just, like, on YouTube. Someone has uploaded the episodes, and I was like, you're a real one. And the humor still holds up. It's so fun. There was like so many bits, running bits that like I never got tired of. Anyway, The Weekenders is underrated in my opinion, and it needs to be on Disney Plus so that people can relive the magic. Another great show with changing outfits is Totally Spies. That one, to me, the changing outfits like were crucial to the show because the girlies were into fashion, and the show's demographic, of course, was also into fashion. So that's a really fun one as well. I'm running around today, but you better believe you will be in the background. Wish I could just sit and draw with you. Aw, I'm happy to accompany you for your errands. High School Musical is the funniest one. Absolutely. I think because, yeah, it's just campy, and they're being goofy, they're having fun. The things that they did and then they just didn't explain it, like when after the I Don't Dance sequence and Chad and Lucas's character swap outfits and it's like totally unexplained. My friends and I were joking that they should have ended up together. Like that's the real ship. Okay. How do I want to do... I guess I'll just... But, you know, Disney would never do that, unfortunately. Does anyone know if New Jeans is done? New Jeans is not done. They re-debuted. Now they're NJZ. I don't know, like, what the update is on, like, when the next comeback is or whatever, but they're not done. They are now NJZ. And I like that it involves other protagonists more than Troy and Gabriella. Yeah, I definitely fleshed out, like, the other characters, for sure. Favorite Disney movie? Ooh, I think... my answer... I feel like my answer always changes a little bit over the years, but right now, I want to say... sort of a toss-up between Hercules and Mulan and Aladdin, I think. Yeah. I have been listening to the Hercules soundtrack a lot lately. It's just, the music is so good. And I found Hercules, like the humor, like the jokes are so good. And Hades is like such a fun antagonist. And Meg is like a really fun romantic lead. Yeah, they just, that one, it's just so fun. Okay, I think I want to make these a little bit more narrow. Sorry if this is like so boring right now. I promise we'll get to painting soon. We're almost there. But I really want to nail the sketch before we start painting. I ship them too. Love it. Totally Spies, yes, right? Loved Totally Spies. One of my favorite cartoons, Winx Club, they got a makeover every season and or for special events. I love that. Yeah, Winx Club, unfortunately, I kind of missed the boat on that one. I think I was a little bit older than the demographic when it came out, but yeah, I know that's a really fun one as well. Very like Y2K fashion, which is very, very on trend right now. Just so fun. Oh, thank goodness. I was so sad. I know. I was sad too. I hope that they are able to still see success in their next comeback. Especially like they're so new to their careers were just like, you know, taking off so well, and then all the drama just sort of like put it to a halt, but they're doing the thing. Mine are Mulan, Hercules, and Rapunzel. Ooh, yeah, good choices, definitely. I did love Weekenders, and I still always get the intro stuck in my head with them hanging upside down on the bed while playing video games. Yes, the intro is so fun. I'm living for the weekend. I'm living for the weekend. Yeah, so good, so good. Yeah, one of my favorite bits was the pizza shop. It was always like a different theme. So funny. Okay, I think, yes, and then yeah, I had a feeling this was going to be kind of hard, getting like the center properly of this. But I'll try my best. Close enough. Good enough. Good enough. Excuse me if you heard my burp. Oh my god, I used to watch Rapunzel so much daily after I finished my homework in kindergarten. Wow. I'm old. Wow. Having the muses be gospel singers was the perfect choice. Absolutely. It's so good. And it really just like makes the music and the movie stand out. Like it just makes it so unique because there's no other Disney movie that has done that since. So yeah, so fun. And then there's like something, there's like there's no windows on this end here, so we'll just do, it's not that important. I'll paint it in after. I remember getting glimpses of the Weekenders growing up, but I thought it was a fever dream, honestly. Not a fever dream, it was a real TV show. And it literally always took place on the weekend. Like every episode was just what they got up to on the weekend. It's great. I think the writing still really holds up. There was a lot of sarcasm. I feel like the characters were really well, like, rounded, real kids. And yeah, I don't know. I love it. I'm like the Weekenders' #1 advocate. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the sketch. Sweet. So now we can start painting. So let's see. This color palette is very, very spring, actually, which is kind of perfect because I was saying how we're in springtime now. So definitely lots of really beautiful greens and blues. So I guess I'll go see what we've got here. So this one, unfortunately, no greens, but we do have a yellow there. This color palette, unfortunately, not really quite what we want. But this one, yeah, this one has a green in here. No, like, proper limey greens. I actually have a color in mind that I own that I think I might cheat and grab just because I do think, I mean, I could just make that color actually with the yellow. But hold on. I have a color that I think would be perfect. I think I have this sap green Van Gogh, so I might cheat and I might use that as well. Honestly, I think might not need both of these. I might be able to get away with just this palette, but we'll see. Winx is from Italy. Here it's big. Oh, I didn't know it was from Italy. Oh, I just realized I still had like this pole like up. The Weekenders 8. Yes. Do you remember Brace Face? Oh, yes. Also, the last season of Kim Possible, they had the character cycle outfits. I was like, yeah. Oh my god, I loved Brace Face. That's a throwback. Oh my gosh, I loved that show. I forgot about that one. I also love Kim Possible. I don't remember that they had changed the outfits for last season, but I love that they did that. Okay, I think for just simplicity's sake, I might just stick to this one palette for now. We'll see if I change my mind, but I have to go now. It was good to see you. Have a good day. Thanks for joining. Have a good day. Yeah, Wings Club is Italian. I learned that a few years ago too, so it's technically not anime. Oh yeah, I knew it wasn't anime, but for some reason I thought it was like American, but that's really cool. Sorry, I have to go to dinner. Have a nice painting session. Love you. Thanks for joining. Enjoy dinner. Okay, I'm trying to decide where do I want to begin. I guess maybe... Do I start with the green? Do I start with the blue? Do I do the whites? I think the blue. I don't know why, but that's kind of where I'm... Oh, there was like other specks of color on there. It's sort of making it a little muddy, but that's okay. Ah! Oh my gosh. Got water all over it. It's okay. I will just... This is a little bit green. Let's see. I also just realized I didn't paint, or I didn't draw on where the leaves are, but that's okay. I'll just... Oh, now it feels really dark. Hold on, let me fix this for you guys. Only Disney live action movie I like is Cinderella because the rest can never live up to the greatness of the original animations. I agree. I have, at this point, just... I don't watch any of the live action remakes anymore because they don't serve me in any way. If I want to watch The Lion King, I'm just going to watch the animated version. Tina, what do you think us 2D loving girlies can do to convince these studios it's enough with the 3D? I know. I don't know what the solution is, unfortunately. The saving grace, I think, is that anime has been seeing like such a rise in popularity, and so I'm sort of just like hanging on to that. And I wonder if potentially, you know, these Western studios will notice that, yeah, anime is kind of dominating and that there is validity in 2D style animation. And honestly, like, at the end of the day, these big studios, they're just paying attention to money. So that's why, like, the money and the streams. So that's why I refuse to watch these 3D animated, or not 3D animated, these like 3D live action. I also don't watch a lot of 3D animated movies a lot either, actually. So yeah, that's kind of where it ends up, because if these live action remakes make a lot of money at the box office, or if they get a lot of streams on the platforms, they're gonna keep making them because it's a business at the end of the day, unfortunately. I have been having a lot of fun playing around with textures with my digital work lately, which is fun. Oh, that's great. I think that's honestly my biggest crux with digital, is I always find that it just looks too smooth, and so I find with traditional, it inherently already has so much texture, so I find it makes more sense for me, like the way that I work. But it's great that so many tools can be used in digital to mimic those traditional textures, like the types of brushes that you're using, or even like texture overlays and things like that. I just haven't figured out my digital style just yet. No, it feels too bright again. Money talks until people literally stop going to the cinemas or watching them on streaming sites, then they'll never stop. Exactly. Exactly. Your brush is so perfect. Oh yeah, this one, I kind of forgot about it because I was like constantly using my my own collab brushes, these pink ones. But this is the same brand as Craftimo, but this one is just like this like big chunky one. And not gonna lie, this is a size and shape that I feel like I should have included in my custom set, because it's really good for watercolors because it holds so much water and paint. I agree, but even anime uses a lot of 3D now. Shigaraki's Hands and My Hero Academia were all 3D. I know, you are right. It is true. They do utilize a lot of 3D now. It's, a lot of it just, it comes down to, it's faster, I think, unfortunately. And that's kind of how it is. So I think that's why I've been feeling so nostalgic for these older anime, like Cardcaptor Sakura and Sailor Moon, and why I've been like so thoroughly enjoying Slam Dunk, because it's an older animated series. There's like a bunch of white bars on the windows here, but for my sanity, I think I'm just going to paint the sky, like the reflection on the, just gonna like paint it, and then I'll use like a color pencil or like a paint marker to draw the white bars back in, because it just seems a little tedious to paint around it. I'm sure that the original, that might have been the way that they did it, just around, but I don't want to do that. Speaking of brushes, did you get them from Craftimo? Because I think I've seen them on there. These are, yeah, these are my paintbrushes. They're like my collaboration with Craftimo. Hold on, let me find one that actually has the branding on it. So yeah, Craftimo, I'm a Wonder. This was my collab that I did with them. The one that I'm using here, this is not my collab. This is like their bamboo brushes. My collab is was like a limited edition, so they're currently not being sold anymore. Like they sold out, but they are listed on the website still. So I think if you're interested in like a relaunch or a restock, I should say, I think if you like sign up to the, like put your email in for like the mailing list, that'll signal to them that people are still interested in them, and maybe they'll restock them, perhaps. But yeah, I think these bamboo brushes probably are still on their website. Oh, I just realized there's a bunch of like bushes over here that I didn't account for. So let's erase some of that there. The day the studios decide to cool down with 3D will be a day of relief for me. I know, me too. 2D all the way. Hand-drawn animation is peak. I keep forgetting that Sailor Moon existed before digital art took over, and I saw a video of them hand-drawing her transformation on paper, and I passed out a little. I know, it's really incredible. Like, it is really amazing. You can actually, like, people own the cells, the original cells from these animations, and I mean, they probably go for a lot, but it's so cool. Like, just handmade things are such a dying art, unfortunately. Okay, I think I might do paint in like the building, like the shadows on the building, which is like essentially a very light purple. Although I think maybe I should have used a smaller paintbrush, but yeah, that looks right. That's about the color I want. Yeah, this paintbrush that I'm using for this purpose is a little big, but it's all right. Actually, I'll paint all this in because it's a little darker. You want the tree to stand out. And yeah, the building is white, but it's not actually like white, you know? So I think actually I'll just fill in . By the way, speaking of anime and cinemas, we finally have a date for the Demon Slayer theater release in September. Are you all excited? I can't wait. I've been stepping into cinema for the first time in 6 years. Wow! Oh my gosh, 6 years! Yeah, that's really exciting. I'm very, very excited to see the Demon Slayer Infinity Castle? Is that what the arc is called? That's gonna be great. I'm very excited for that. I think that they announced the Jujutsu Kaisen hidden inventory arc is going to be in the movie theater in like the spring, I think. So I'm looking forward to that too, because I love that arc. I am going to run to the bathroom actually. So BRB. Can we talk about Japan? Yes! Oh my god. Oh, y'all have fun in Japan. I'm so jealous. Gotta go, but I'll check in later. Bye, everyone. Bye, Alston. Thanks for joining. Oh my god, wait. Demon Slayer release date. I need to put that in my calendar. Yes. I'm going to Japan in the summer, and Tina has me even more excited to go. Oh my god, Alyssa, that's so exciting that you're going to Japan too. Yay! Oh my god, the timing will work out really well, because I think I will probably have, like, I'll be back from Japan and I'll, like, post a bunch of vlogs to, like, you know, get you hyped for your trip. Oh, that's so exciting. Yeah, for Japan, it'll be released earlier, June or July, and then for global release, it's in September. Yay! Oh, love it. So for those of you who don't know, I am going to Japan. I am going in, like, 2 weeks, basically. Yeah, April 9th, 2.5-ish weeks. I'm so excited, guys. I have been to Japan once before when I went in 2023, and it was everything. I am someone who gets a lot of FOMO. So, like, even though I have already been, I'm, like, dying to go again. And so when my friends proposed it to me, I was like, I don't know, like, it doesn't feel like it's really been that long since I've been to Japan, and I, you know, had done a trip to Korea recently, but I know that Japan just has so much to offer, and just, like, an unlimited amount of things to do, and I absolutely loved my first time there. So I was like, you know what, I'm not gonna regret going again. So yeah, we're doing it. It's a different group of friends for me this time, and I think that we are really, really aligned in, like, what we want of the trip. So it's been really fun, like, planning it out. We're doing a lot of theme parks. I am a big theme park person. So we're doing Disneyland, Ghibli Park, Pyrrole Land, which is like Sanrio, Hello Kitty, and we're doing Universal Studios, which has, like, the Nintendo Park, and oh, I'm so excited. Me and my best friend like to create our own stories, and she likes to joke around in saying that we make better stories than the industry, and then I realized that she wasn't joking. That's amazing. I love that. I hope you guys, like, can collaborate. So I'm putting in, like, all the shadows, the purple shadows in the building, where you can see, like, where it's casting on the windows here. Our Japanese teacher had us do a sakura viewing picnic Friday. That's so cute. I love that. Yeah, we are going, I think, unfortunately, we might miss the peak of the sakura season in Japan, because we're going in mid-April, and I've been seeing TikToks of the blooms starting to happen already, and I think the forecast is saying that there's actually going to be a bunch of rain soon, which means a lot of the sakura blooms will probably fall, which is a shame, because yeah, being there for cherry blossom season would be amazing. So we'll see if we get to see, you know, we get to see any, but we might catch some, but probably not the peak of it. which pretty much happened to me last time as well. But we still saw some blooms, so. Although honestly, I can't even tell the difference between like sakura and plum and all the different types of blooms. So I'm just happy to see any blooming. Okay, and then maybe move on to the trees perhaps, which also have like a little bit of like that purple casting as well. Not quite as much maybe, but I'll probably, yeah, I'm gonna do the purple first and then we'll kind of mix some other colors on top probably. I'm going in very light, but I don't want to, yeah, this whole screenshot is like very light and airy, so I don't want to go too dark. I'm going to the Amalfi Coast where my nan's from to scatter her ashes in May. Oh, that's beautiful. My condolences as well. I wish I could go. I miss Japan so much. It's, like, obviously no country is perfect, but Japan is really incredible as a tourist, like, to visit. They are living in the future. And there's just like so many cool things to do over there. I'm going in kind of too strong with this purple, honestly, but I will probably just layer other colors on it afterwards, hopefully. That's the goal anyway. But yeah, it's really beautiful to see like how they're doing the scattering of the light on where the leaves kind of, you know, the light peeking through the leaves, I should say. And it's sort of, you know, darker up top and then lighter as we kind of go down. Ghibli and Sanrio, oh my god, yes, literally can't wait to see your vids. We'll be living vicariously through you. Yay, I'm glad. I also have been consuming a ton of Japan travel content, so I'm learning a lot on, you know, just like improving my vlogging game. So I'm hoping to try and film a lot more this time around and try to like break up the videos into like more intentional themes. And yeah, just like take you guys along the ride. And it's, yeah, it's super fun that the friends that I'm going with are also like just like really into, you know, character, like, you know, character goods and cutesy things. So it's gonna be a very, very fun trip. Okay, so the tree that's like the closest part section here, it actually has it's like pretty gray, but leaning slightly green. So I think I might go ahead and just Can you guys see what I'm doing here? Let me show you. So I have some green. I'm pulling some green from here. And then the opposite on the color wheel of green is red. So, oops, that was too much. But basically, if you get it in equal parts, you kind of create like a more muted. Oop. You know what I just realized? This palette has gray right here. I was like trying to mix my own gray. It has gray. Oh, I think this gray has like white in it though, which actually, you know what, might be what I want. This brush is too big. Like it's picking up more paint than I want. This is perhaps maybe warmer than I want, but we'll go with it for now. Every time I like try to do color theory mixing with you guys, like on camera, it goes wrong. I told my mom I want a Japanese super toilet one day. A Japanese toilet would be pretty amazing to have in your home. For those of you who don't know, in Japan, I'm trying to find a spot for you guys to see the palette here. There isn't really, because my hand needs to be here when I'm painting. So, sorry guys. But yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, Japanese toilets, they are pretty high tech. There's a lot of different functions on them. One of them being a bidet, which is great. Some of them have the seat will be warm. Sometimes they'll play music for privacy purposes. It's amazing. Yeah, this was definitely a little too strong, a little too warm, but actually this color will be good for the birch like markings on the tree. I'm gonna use this purple on top to try and get it a little bit less warm looking, but I don't know, I think it's too late. Oh my gosh, why do I keep burping? I'm so gross. Sorry guys. But this will look a little lighter, I think, when we start to introduce like really dark parts in the painting. But there's also this one up here. You can kind of see actually there's like subtle hints of green sort of peeking underneath because of the grass kind of reflecting off of onto the trees. I just realized this green is actually, the green in this palette is pretty bright, so I might not actually need this. I might just use this this palette instead. Will you be going to any anime cafes? Honestly, I would love to go to anime cafes. I actually just watched Emi Richu's recent video going to a bunch of anime cafes, but it sounds kind of competitive to like make reservations and stuff for it, and our itinerary is pretty packed, so I'm not sure if I'm gonna have time for it, but I'll keep my eye out for sure. That would be really fun. One of my friends that I'm going with is into anime, but the other one is not, as far as I know. So she's already being a quite the trooper for going to Ghibli Park with us already. So don't want to subject her to too much anime, but we'll see. It's not quite as bright as I would have liked because I was mixing it on the palette with something else. So I would watch Japan vlogs, but I just can't, LOL, if you know what I mean. Does it give you FOMO, like fear of missing out? Love the way you've been editing. River, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, I really appreciate that because I have been trying to yeah, just like put a little bit more creative effort into my editing. So I'm glad that you mentioned that. Thank you so much. It does obviously take more time, and my computer is definitely slowing down. I need to get a new one for sure to like be able to hold up with the additional editing style, but it's definitely something I want to keep pushing because as a consumer, I enjoy watching, you know, it's like more engaging when a video has that little extra, those little extra touches. So hello everyone. Ooh, Cardcaptor scene, love it. Thank you. Yes, we love Cardcaptor Sakura in this household. And yeah, I realized that I have never done a Cardcaptor background painting study before. I've done like a screen cap study of Sakura's, just like her face, but never a background. And I was mentioning earlier that I want to get back into trying to do more environments again. So this felt like a good starting point to ease myself back into it, because backgrounds are so intimidating, especially ones that are environments. So but doing these studies really helps because you're not using much brain power because you're just sort of recreating what you see. But it also helps me understand like that to make it more approachable, and like, you know, you just break it down into piece by piece. And the more you practice, the easier and better you'll get at these things. So practice makes progress, as they say. Remember to hydrate, peeps. Yes, hydration. I'm noticing my throat just feels very, very dry today, so I'm drinking a lot of water. Love the hair. Oh, thank you. It's actually, I did trim it recently, the bangs and my little hime bits, but if you're new, I have it in like a claw clip, so it's actually long, but when it's in the claw clip, it looks short. But yeah, it's pretty long now. I think I probably should get it trimmed soon. I trim my bangs myself pretty often because it's just something I can do, but the actual like full length of my hair, I don't trust myself to cut that on my own. Yes, Emi Richu is the queen of anime cafe vids. I love her vids. Yeah, I know some work with reservations only, but I know some others don't. Yeah, I guess it just sort of depends on the one that depends on like the spot and how busy or popular it is. But yeah, she goes to a lot of cafes, anime cafes, and the videos are just so fun. I don't know, I find them really entertaining. And I think it's especially funny that she'll go to anime cafes even if she is not familiar or like a fan of the anime or manga. And it surprises me sometimes which ones she's never seen before. Like she went to Haikyuu and she said that she wasn't familiar with Haikyuu, and I was like, what? That's crazy. Because I don't know. I feel like Haikyuu is just like so sweet and wholesome, and she seems really sweet and wholesome. So I was kind of surprised that she hadn't seen it before, but maybe she just is deterred by the sports or something. I don't know. But I was mentioning with Slam Dunk earlier that with sports anime, I don't really care if like I'm not a sports person, but I like watching them anyway because of the characters and that kind of thing. Not really concerned about the sports element necessarily. But yeah, some other things that I'm doing when I'm going to Japan. We're gonna do a day trip to Kamakura from Tokyo, and that's actually what inspired me to start watching Slam Dunk, because that's Kamakura is where Slam Dunk takes place, and there's a really iconic spot where you see the train passing through and there's like the beach in the back. And it's like a scene from the opening of the anime, and I was like, you know what? I want to feel the full sentimental value when I go. So, yeah, I started watching Slam Dunk, and I'm really enjoying it. We're doing Tokyo, Osaka, and Kyoto, and then we're doing, yeah, the day trip to Kamakura, and we're going to do a day trip to Nagoya, which is where Ghibli Park is, and a day trip to Nara, where you can feed the deer, which is really, really cute. It's something that I did last time, but it was pouring rain the whole day. So it'll be nice to hopefully go when it's not raining, but it is springtime, so there is a chance that there will be rain. Really hoping that we get lucky and there's minimal rain, but you never know. So I'm mixing the brown and the green together to kind of make this sort of like greeny gray color for the bark on the trees. It just makes me want to cry, I guess. Aw, yeah, I understand avoiding certain pieces of content for various reasons. I actually don't watch a lot of art YouTubers anymore because it gives me imposter syndrome, and it also makes me compare myself to them, and it's like not healthy. Like I end up being kind of harsh on myself and like, you know, critical about my success in comparison to them. So I realized that it's, you know, I can say, you know, don't compare yourself to other people, blah 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 blah, but easier said than done. So I was like, I just gotta avoid it, unfortunately, for the most part. Okay, now the trees are definitely looking too purple, so I'm gonna do like a really, really watered down mixture of this sort of beigey color, and maybe do I want to put a little bit of blue in there, perhaps? And basically we're gonna try and like neutralize this purple. Who's planning the trip? Like, do you have that one friend in the group who's doing all the reservations and planning? It's definitely a group effort for the planning. There's 3 of us in total. And not gonna lie, I feel like I have been sort of leading the planning a little bit, just in terms of we've been using this, or I've been, or we, I should say, yeah, we have been using this website / app called Wonderlog, and basically it lets you like build an itinerary and like add things to a schedule, and it helps you like determine how to get from point A to point B, or how long it takes, and all those kinds of things. So I've been using that a lot, and like bookmarking a ton of things, and doing a lot of research on all the different parks and like what the best sort of game plan is. So it's definitely a group effort, but I do feel like I might be the one that's adding the most things to the itinerary. But I'm also trying to go in with the mindset of like, don't plan every single moment, because that was the problem last time, where I felt like our itinerary was like too packed, and it felt like we were constantly rushing to the next thing. So I'm really trying to make sure I don't do that this time. But it is good to have like a game plan, just so that you're not wasting time like in the moment being like, oh, what should we do next? So I find just like having a lot of things bookmarked and have a lot of research done just like makes things smoother, basically. Oil painting right now with ya. Oh my god, I love that. What are you working on, if you don't mind sharing? I think oil paintings are so beautiful, but I know I don't have the patience for it. So I really admire people who oil paint. I feel like I'm not getting all the little nuances of colors in this quite as much as I would like, but it's not meant to be that serious, so I'm trying not to, you know, get too hung up on it. But I wonder if I might end up wanting to use some colored pencils, maybe. Maybe. We'll see. I do find that if there's something really dark in value in the piece, it's good to add it in at some point earlier on, so that it helps you understand the values of everything else. Because sometimes when there isn't anything particularly dark, everything looks so light. and then you have to like go over everything again, if that makes sense. So I try to add in that dark point a little earlier so that I just gives you an idea of the scale, the full spectrum of values. A self-portrait. Oh, that's amazing. I 100% agree with you with the imposter syndrome. It is good to have references, but over time your artwork definitely shows some of the inspo aspects in it, still trying to figure out in between. I know, it is kind of hard. It is hard to find that balance. Because yeah, I definitely do get a lot of inspiration from other artists. So I follow a ton of artists on Instagram. But I think with YouTube artists, or at least like a lot of it that I come across is people, you know, being like, me packing 500 orders for my shop drop. And I'm like, wow, like good for you. That's amazing. But it just starts to make me feel like, you know, why am I not doing something like that? But every artist is doing their own thing. So it's, can't focus too heavily on comparing. I always loved how humongous their collars are on their uniform, and it's so dramatic and fun. I love it. My school uniform in high school was not this cool. I admire your work. It's very colorful and vibrant, very beautiful. Thank you so much. Hello, hello. Looking cute, the painting and you. Aw, thanks, Tanja. I appreciate it. I just trimmed my bangs the other day. We're doing a Cardcaptor Sakura screen cap study, I should say. Which when I was growing up, my first exposure to Cardcaptors was the English dub, and they pronounced it Sakura. And so whenever I say Cardcaptor Sakura, I want to say Sakura because that's like, it's so ingrained in me. But now, getting older, I recognize that the proper pronunciation is Sakura. But I always have to stop myself. Not that there's anything wrong with, like, you know, pronouncing something incorrectly if you are doing it by habit or, you know, whatever. We're all learning, right? But there's one thing that kind of drives me a little bit crazy. I think maybe just because I've been watching so much travel content, but so many people pronounce it Kyoto, the city, but it's Kyoto. Like they break it up in like a funny way. That's like a snobby thing that has been bothering me. I'm gonna for sure pronounce a ton of things wrong when I'm in Japan, so I can't really actually get mad at people for that. But I think it's just because I've been watching so much travel content and so many people pronouncing it that way. But truly, I cannot say anything because I only speak one language fluently, so learning languages is hard. I really admire people who can speak multiple languages. Okay, let me think. What do I want? Maybe we start doing the green. I feel like the green is like such a dominant part of this screenshot that it does feel pretty necessary to... Let's get into that. So I'm mixing up some yellows and greens here so that, like on the palette ready to go, so that hopefully it'll help save time. I think I'm gonna start with the grass first because it seems more approachable than the leaves for some reason. Might not even have needed the yellow actually. When this green is like super diluted, it's actually quite bright. Nice. Oops. Ended up kind of getting into Tomoyo's skirt there. It's supposed to be white, but it's okay. Ooh, that was really satisfying. Okay, now I think I'm gonna use a smaller paintbrush so that I can add in some of these like little blades of grass while it's still wet. And what this will do is sort of give it like a slightly more diffused look, I think, which will be, you know, to mimic this soft grass. I also feel like I should probably add in another shade of green actually, because there's a lot of bits that are like a darker kind of more emerald green, so which essentially we want to mix some green with a little bit of dark blue. When a wash goes smooth, I know, isn't that such a satisfying moment? That might be, that's not quite what I want. That's like too foresty. Definitely want more blue leaning. I feel like the key with this screenshot is how vibrant these colors are, so I want to make sure I maintain that. Yeah, that looks right, I think, roughly. It's cute. And the paint is still wet, so it really creates these like fun blooms of color, which is such a magical element of using watercolors. I've really been in a watercolor kick lately. So expect the next art video to be watercolor, which, oh, by the way, you still have just over a week to sign up for Patreon if you want the Luna reward, which I have over here. Hold on. Where is the sticker? I'm trying to remember where I put the sticker, but this is the Luna artwork, which was mostly done with watercolors, which was pretty fun to work on. And then next month will be a sun magical girl. Clearly I'm on a full magical girl kick these past couple of months. Where did I put those stickers? Yeah. I like having like matching, you know, sets. So, and because I'm going to Japan next month, I did like, next month's sticker reward in advance so that everything goes out hopefully on time, or things get done on time, I should say. Can I get this sticker out? So they have like a mirror effect. So the moon character has the silver mirror, and then the sun character has like a gold mirror effect. So, and when you have them next to each other, they're like facing each other, which is really cute. Oh, can't wait to receive Luna. Turned out so nicely. Yay, thank you so much. I'm glad. And now that, yeah, all the sticker designs are a different design from the print, all the backs of the postcards will have the sticker design on there, which is a fun thing to add. Even though, you know, if you're displaying it somewhere, you can't see the back. But it's just like a fun addition to have. They're so beautiful, gorgeous. Thanks, guys. So yeah, next week, or this week, I should say, it's Sunday, depending on how you look at the month, or the weeks, I should say. I'll be working on the Sun Reward because I need to get it done before I leave for Japan. And I'm gonna just have it like scheduled to go up during my trip, basically. Yeah, so I have to have 2 videos done before I go to Japan so that they're posted during my trip. And the other video that I'm working on is actually footage that I've had since last year. It's a portrait that I did of an 80s member, Songhwa. And I've just sort of been sitting on that footage for a moment just like this where I'm short for time. So I'm looking forward to being able to post that for my fellow 18ies. Oh wow, I need to stick these into my next sketchbook. I'm actually finishing the last page in my current one tonight. Ooh, that's so exciting! Oh my god, Jen! I don't know if you're still in the live stream, but I love seeing that you're working on the same screenshot. Very smart to be using a green color pencil, because this illustration is so green forward. Angelic Dirtbag, the live stream was the perfect environment to work on the sketch of my latest, possibly fave character from Baldur's Gate 3. Very cool. The armor looks awesome. And Salem, the fox and the wolf look really cute. It makes me think of Fox and the Hound, which is a movie that I love, but don't watch often because it makes me bawl my eyes out. Have you tried bullet journaling, like create this book or wreck this journal? I actually do bullet journal, but like in a very bare bones way, like purely just for like scheduling purposes. But yeah, I have seen, I think actually I might technically own a wreck this journal from years and years and years ago, but I don't use it much, unfortunately. But it is something that I might own. Something that I actually have been wanting to do, or been thinking about doing more of, is like junk journaling, which is kind of a similar thing where it's sort of like a scrapbooking type thing where you take it's sort of like a mix of collage and scrapbooking basically. And yeah, I think it's like a nice way to use up ticket stubs or, you know, receipts or like things that you accumulate from traveling or when you're just like out living life. It's a nice way to like remember those kinds of those moments. No shame, loving magical girl aesthetics that remind me I really want to create my own story and design my own magical girls. It sounds so fun. Absolutely. You totally should. I'm here for it. There's actually a new series that came out called I Don't Want to Be a Magical Girl. I think it's what it's called. I haven't actually watched it yet, but I've been seeing, you know, the screenshots and clips of it kind of making its rounds, and it looks really, really cute. I just got in. The painting looks amazing so far. Thank you. Yeah, we've been just having a very chill, very, very chill, wholesome time, which is so different from the last live stream. Last live stream got a little feral and unhinged, which was very funny. It's good to have balance, you know? But yeah, the reason why last live stream we got feral and unhinged was because we were ranking 2D men. And it was so fun. Today, we're being more chill. You should make a journal for your Tokyo trip. I really want to. I actually, I think it was it last year? I had tried to start doing like a post-trip travel journal, because I don't have the energy to journal in the actual moment, like during the trip. I just want to like focus on traveling and having fun. But I thought that, you know, I have all these ticket stubs and I was like hanging on to a bunch of memorabilia from the trip, so I was like, oh, I'll just like start working on it after. And it's funny because now I'm going on the trip again before having really even done very much travel journaling the first time. But actually I have it. Hold on, let me just grab it real quick. It was this book that was, it's a handmade sketchbook sent to me by a patron / follower. So sweet. And it's kind of perfect because the paper that they chose for the cover, it says like explore, journey, adventure, and things like that. So I was like, wait, this is perfect for like a travel sketchbook. So yeah, from Creative Phenomenon Art. And I did one spread, which is pretty fun. Okay, wait, let me zoom out here. So I do have a whole YouTube video on this, and yeah, I want to do more things like this because it's really fun. Actually, I think this would be really fun on a live stream, maybe after I come back from Japan. But yeah, I have like receipts. I have, this is like a tag and little like cloth samples from a clothing brand that I went to, some like subway stamps, business cards. I drew some of my fits and things, and yeah, so I need to do more things in this sketchbook like this, like junk journaling. Use washi tape and stuff. Yeah, washi tape is like a kind of a nice thing to do so that like if for whatever reason you want to like see the back of something. But anyway, that is something that I want to potentially do maybe in some future live streams. I think that'll be fun to do. I'm trying to remember if I hung on to anything from my Korea trip, because my Korea trip could also serve as its own spread as well. So yeah, for the trees here, the leaves, I'm just sort of like making like a speckling motion to get the shapes, these really organic shapes. And it's, you can really see it's starting to come together, I feel like. I hope she decides to make it into a full series. Honestly, that live stream was a riot to be in. Oh my god, Angie, I'm so glad. I'm so glad that you were there and that you enjoyed it. Yeah, honestly, I'm down for it to be a series. I loved it. It was so fun. And there's like so many different characters to choose from. So, totally down. If people continue to join and have a good time with it, I'm perfectly good with it being a recurring series. The 2D ranking. This I accidentally made too dark over here, but that's okay. We'll just roll with it. It's okay. It doesn't have to be exact. Gotta love 2D, man. It's true, it's true. Truly, that's my type at this point. 2D men. Fictional men. I could see how that got wild. Mm-hmm. It did. There were some very fun and insightful conversations to be had. I used to do a super low effort bullet journal, and over time it evolved into a book with to-do lists. Then I started gluing in little things and memorabilia, and it's actually so much fun. I love that. Yeah, that's like kind of the purpose of a lot of bullet journaling, is like to make it sort of diary-esque, where you're, you know, adding a lot of fun elements to it. Mine right now is, yeah, very kind of bare bones and like to-do lists and like deadlines and plans that I need to keep track of, but I do love looking at other people's like really aesthetic bullet journals. That turned out adorable. I loved this video. Thank you so much. I'm glad. Yeah, unfortunately, it was like partly to promote that like group retreat that I tried to do last year, which didn't happen, but the video itself is still pretty cute. I actually stuck some of your stuff in it, so I gotta share it on Patreon chat. Yeah, oh my god, that'd be so cute. I'm sure lots of people will get like a lot of inspo if they're into like bullet journaling. That's such a cool spread and nice journal. I never thought about making my own before. Yeah, it's really fun. It's like a cute way to like use up those kinds of things, because I hate, or not hate is a strong word, but like I feel bad throwing those kinds of things away, but at the same time it just like accumulates, you know, in a big pile somewhere, and so it's a nice way to actually like do something with it, with like, you know, like the ticket stubs or the business cards and that kind of thing. So I'm adding in like a much more blue layer again, because I feel like especially kind of the shadowy parts, it's actually like quite kind of blue leaning. So I added in that kind of turquoisey color. But only in certain areas, to just kind of give it that like layered effect. I do think I need a lot more like that really, really light green kind of peeking through, just so it feels like the sun is really kind of shining. I've been drinking so much water, so I'll be right back. And we'll continue painting, and I'll give some time to let this dry. I always feel so pressured to make each page in my sketchbook look perfect, and I don't know why. It's really annoying. Amy, I totally feel you. I suffer from that as well. I was saying earlier that so many of my sketchbooks are unfinished because I take so long in them. Partly due to switching from sketchbook to sketchbook a lot, but also partly due to just spending so much time on each page trying to make it like look perfect. But there is something really nice about looking at, like, you know, messier sketches, like when I look at other artists. So I'm really trying to embrace that more. The 2D ranking stream was extremely fun. Yay, I'm so glad. I'm very glad to hear that people had fun with it, because it was extremely self-indulgent on my part. So I feel very reassured that people enjoyed it as well. You know, I really felt like I found my people. Which also, speaking of, kind of in a similar thing, my most recent YouTube video was more of like a style, like clothing style. Basically, it was like me packing for Japan, and I did like a bunch of different like outfit styling kind of stuff segment. And I was extremely self-conscious and nervous about that because it's so different from my usual content. Like, you know, the art stuff, obviously. But the comments have been so nice. Like, everyone's just been, like, really hyping me up and complimenting my outfit choices and stuff. So that has felt really nice. So for anyone who watched the video, I appreciate you. I feel like I went a little strong there, but I think, if anything, that just means, yeah, I feel like some of the branches need to go a little darker, maybe, to kind of balance it out a little bit. I need to draw more men. I honestly, the only thing that really like lights an interest of drawing men for me is when it's fan art. So maybe that can help you. But you don't need to draw more men. Not a priority. Man, bullet journaling. I remember when I had time for that. It does take time, but it's honestly like a hobby, I feel like, for some people. And it's like a good hobby to have. I haven't made one, but I have a giant box full of tickets and Polaroids and stuff. Journal box, I guess. I mean, it's a nice like way to just hang on to those kinds of memories, right? But maybe one day you'll be able to put it into a journal or something. You never know. Hi, I just got home. Hello, welcome, welcome. I've gotten my travel friends into junk journaling too, and now we plan in rest time to glue stuff into our journals during our trip. That's really cute. Oh my gosh, that's actually amazing. That's a really good idea, because yeah, resting during a really hectic trip really does help sort of like rejuvenate the energy to get back out there. And that's like such a wholesome activity to do together, and you get to like kind of relive those memories. Oh, that's so nice. I love that. I feel like I'm gonna have too much like go 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 mode of you know, wanting to, what's the word, like what am I trying to say? Seize every opportunity to be exploring and doing things in the city. And you know, that luggage space is very precious, so I think I'm gonna probably not bring any art supplies with me. I will be bringing art supplies back though. I've already started making a list of the things that I want to get when I go to Japan. One of them being the Holbein colored pencil pastels set. It looks so magical. The only downside, honestly, though, is just like colored pencils break really easily, so I'm a little worried about, you know, how they're gonna fare in transit, but maybe I'll put it in my carry-on luggage so that I can be a little bit more careful with it. I'm back. Might not be able to stay long, but the painting is gorgeous, Tina. I missed Japan talks. Oh, happy to continue to talk about Japan. Tina, it was the sheer skirt moment for me. You were determined to make it work, and I loved that skirt. Thanks, Alston. Yeah, I really was determined because I haven't gotten the chance to wear it yet. And Japan just feels like the right place to wear it, because I feel like from what I've seen, a lot of Japan fashion, they like to layer a lot of things, and especially like sheer items, so it just seemed like the right thing to make work. I have so many journal ideas now. Thanks, guys. Yay, I'm here. Oh, this is pretty. Thanks for joining. I used to only draw men once a year, but I did some fan art of Mohawk Mark from Invincible. I felt like May from Turning Red the entire time. I am May from Turning Red. I am 100% her for sure when I'm drawing like fan art of like cute fictional guys. I've heard really good things about Invincible, like the animated series, right? Is that what we're thinking of? Yeah, I've heard good things about that one. Hello, Tina. Hello, welcome. Artist tip for those who may not have known: using a fan-tipped paintbrush helps gently get rid of colored pencil residue off the paper/workplace. It's a good tip. It's a good tip to have. I used to have like one of those big brushes, but I don't know what happened to it. Last night I drew my first shirtless man since my figure drawing class over a decade ago. Amazing. Love that journey for you. Oh, that's so exciting. Can't wait to see all the supplies you bring back. Yes, I will definitely be doing a video. I'm a crazy person and like I still haven't even used some of the art supplies that I bought the last time I went, but I know I'm going to regret not buying certain things when I'm there again. The other thing that I really want to buy is more Posca markers because Posca is Japanese and they are cheaper over there and I love them. So that is another thing on my list. I'm also interested in trying out more nibs as well, since I've been, you know, kind of like in this mode of finding alternative options for doing line art outside of just using paintbrushes. And yeah, I think some nibs could be a fun thing to explore. I technically have used nibs before, but I didn't end up continuing with them, so I've gotten some recommendations on some that I can get in Japan. And those are like pretty inexpensive, thankfully, I think. I taught them that while we might not be able to see as much if we rest, we will be more present in what we get to see while feeling better. Totally, yeah. There is definitely cases where, you know, even though you're physically there, if you're like emotionally, physically exhausted, sometimes you can't like fully enjoy it to the fullest. So that is very valid. Let's be honest with ourselves. We all have been May at one point or another. Absolutely. I am a fangirl through and through. Always have been a fangirl, always will be a fangirl. I don't know if it's just me, but I get so excited drawing my hot OCs together. A couple days ago, I put them in Spider-Man and Hello Kitty onesies. So cute. I love that. Okay, another thing that I think I need to do with this building is I feel like I just need to give it like a big overall wash of color, because you can kind of see like how this tree here is like the bright, like a much brighter white in comparison to the building. So kind of doing like a full wash on the building will really help kind of make it recede into the background. So I guess I'll just use some, maybe I'll use some of this gray again and then like a little bit of blue. Might need to change this water soon. It's like very green. My my like cleaning water. See. Might want to add just a tiny bit of purple, I think. That looks maybe what I want. Let's see. Yeah, I think so. Actually no, maybe a tiny bit more purple. Yeah. I still think it's hysterical that Posca is owned by Mitsubishi. What do you mean Mitsubishi, the car manufacturer, also makes art supplies? That is so funny. I never even really, like, thought about that. That is really funny, though. That is so random. I wonder if... Because Posca markers are an acrylic paint marker, and they're kind of, you know, meant to be... Like, the purpose of them is that they can draw on so many different types of surfaces. So I genuinely wonder if they were developed to be written on car surfaces and then just like ended up, you know, being used for art purposes as well. Well, that was too dark, I think, actually. Well, we'll see. I mean, it'll probably lighten up a little bit when it dries, but I'm going to put more water because that is way darker than I wanted it to be. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we want it to be just like a really light wash. Really, really light. Is that too light now? Let's see. Carefully go around the characters. Yeah, now the building feels like it's sort of really sitting in the background and the trees feel like they're forward. But this tree is like feels too close to us, so let's make that a little bit darker. Back when I was a child, I had a Naruto OC called War Girl. Amazing. Mitsubishi Pencil Company is not affiliated with Mitsubishi Group. I had to look it up a while back because of reasons. Mitsubishi makes all sorts of stationery and art supplies. I also have some other graphite drawing pencils. Oh yeah, you're right. You are right, actually. About, yeah, Mitsubishi, like, pencils and stuff. That is true, actually. That is very funny. Okay, now this is very, very wet. I don't want to really paint too much over there, so I think this tree is still like it's too warm, so let's go over that with the gray kind of color. LOL, OCs back in the day were wild. I remember when my brother found an old sketchbook of mine and nearly fainted from embarrassment. Oh, I love it. It's so charming though, like to see that kind of stuff. Like I just find it so like endearing. I don't know. I love that kind of thing. I have tons of really cringy drawings from my youth that I've actually made like YouTube videos like reacting to. They're very entertaining. I feel like I should do like a live stream looking at them again. They own Uniball now and Lamy. Yes, okay, that sounds right because I do remember, or I like the Poscas say Uniball on it, so that's what I remembered. Also, hi. Actually, speaking of, I'm gonna go grab my white Posca because I want to draw in those window frames. I might grab a white colored pencil as well, just in case. yeah, I'm not sure which one will be better, but I'll have both here to see. Well, obviously when this is dry, because it's still very wet. I love drawing good-looking guys and girls. I drew one of my OCs who is from Avatar: The Last Airbender, and he is so cute. I love drawing him. I actually made 2 shorts of me doing them. Amazing! So cute. Oh my god! Taja just posted their little like bullet journal spread featuring like some of my washi tape and my little thank you note and sticker. So cute. Oh, I love it. It makes me glad I use like cute little post-it notes for those thank yous. Cute. Hello, Amber. Oh my god. They posted their crocheting and their wall featuring a bunch of my prints. Oh my god. The Powerpuff Girl one. Cute. Yes, your Sailor Moon banner is amazing. Jen, your screen cap looks great. I love I feel like you really captured the color scheme really well. Super cute. The old OCs. I get secondhand embarrassment and nostalgia at the same time. The middle school angst OCs. Absolutely. Honestly, it just like, there's something so, it just says a lot about you from that era of your life that you know, have forgotten. Okay, so I guess, yeah, I'll paint Tomoyo in since that's still needed, although the area around her is still kind of wet, so I hope it doesn't bleed too much, but we'll try. Love Avatar: The Last Airbender. Yes, Avatar: The Last Airbender is forever one of my favorites, for sure. All my old OCs are still up on my DeviantArt. Oh my god, yes, I love that. Yeah, I leave all of my old like accounts up because it serves as like, yeah, like a archive basically. My DeviantArt is still up. I used to be on this website called The Otaku, like that's still up. And even though if I were to look at it right now, I'd be like, oh, it's so cringy, but yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just fun to look back at, honestly. And yeah, I was mentioning this earlier. I've revived my Tumblr, which is also from, you know, a different era of my life, but I'm like, have been posting on it again. It used to be, I used to have it as Tina's -art, and then I switched it to I'm a Wonder Art now because of my current username. Unfortunately, just like regular I'm a Wonder was taken already, so I had to add in the art part, which is annoying, but it is what it is. But yeah, Tumblr is still alive and well over there. I saw the Tumblr post. Oh my god! Amazing. Yeah, is anyone still on Tumblr? It's pretty fun over there, actually. I'm not like super active, but I have been queuing up posts because why the heck not? Tumblr and Blue Sky are my main hanging out spots. Oh, with Discord. Amazing. Yeah, honestly, like, because, you know, we're all feeling the corporate changes, you know, constantly happening with Instagram. And so I was just like, yeah, we got to explore what else is out there. And for me, Tumblr is a platform that I was already familiar with, so it just seemed like an easy way to kind of jump back into another platform without having to learn something new. Oh no! Tumblr is honestly my favorite place at the moment. It got so chill. Yeah, it feels very chill. I think that's why I've kind of been enjoying it too. My main blog is really quiet right now. Yeah, the one thing I will say, which is really annoying about like restarting my Tumblr, is that my main Tumblr is like my shit posting one, like my, you know, where I just like reblog stuff, and my art one is the side blog, which is not ideal in this for me now, but it made sense back then because when I had Tumblr initially, I was not a full-time artist. So that is like the one downside of like reviving my old one as opposed to having started a new one. But I was like, I don't want to start over. I already have, you know, one, and so yeah. Anyway, that's where I'm at with that. But I feel like I need another mixing tray, so I might just use this. And a mixing spot, I should say. Just more room. I'm gonna keep this blue very vibrant and pure. Just to feel like we lost some of the vibrancy on this sky here. Whoops. Not quite the right blue. I'm using like a more turquoisey, but that's okay. I actually only recently watched the Cardcaptor Sakura anime because I had most of the manga back in primary school. Seeing everything animated is inspiring. I miss anime with pastel color palettes. That's so amazing. The manga art style is stunning. It's so beautiful. And yes, I agree. This like very like pastel-y watercolor, it's so soft and magical. Earlier we were talking about how we miss traditional 2D animation because so many things have transitioned into 3D animation. So yeah, that's so magical that you got to watch Cardcaptor Sakura for the first time recently. I would love to rewatch it again for the first time, especially because my first time watching Cardcaptor Sakura was the English dub, which is like so heavily edited and changed. And then I got to rewatch it in Japanese with like, you know, without it, all the weird censorship and stuff. So anyway, that's so magical. Okay, I think, yeah, the background is still really damp, so I don't want to do the windows just yet. I guess Sakura, I can, yeah, I feel like her hair needs to be a little darker. Half of watercolor is waiting because the paint's still, or the paper's still wet. Twitter always seemed like a war zone to me. I'm still scared of it. That is exactly how I feel about Twitter as well. Yeah, Tumblr is one of the few sites I feel comfortable nowadays. I just dumped my current hyperfixation onto a separate side blog now. Yeah, I think a lot of people do that. And I think that's why the fandom culture on Tumblr is still so strong. Because I think people really utilize the side blogs for specific niches that they're interested in. Okay, I'm gonna have to go eat now. Be back. Bye-bye. Thanks for joining. Enjoy your food. Low-key, I want to go on Tumblr. I wasn't allowed to use it back in the day. LOL. Everything I know about it is from my older sister and screenshots on Instagram. Honestly, it's a chill time. I recommend. Nothing to lose with joining and exploring. It's just pretty chill. And you can like really curate your feed. I will say, unfortunately, there are ads now, which there didn't used to be, but I totally get it. Like, that's just, that's the nature of keeping a site running. But a lot of Tumblr has essentially stayed the same from back when I used to use it more actively. Same. When I rewatched Cardcaptor Sakura, I was super confused why they cut out the episodes with the grandfather. So bizarre. There was a lot of strange choices that was made for Cardcaptor Sakura. A lot of it obviously was like due to the time that it was on, because Cardcaptor Sakura has a lot of queer characters, which I love, but at the time when they brought it over to like the Western audience, they were like, we can't have none of that. So there's a lot of weird choices that were made with the characters. There are some elements in Cardcaptor Sakura in the Japanese version that are a problem. Mainly the student-teacher dynamic. I do not condone that at all. That is one glaring problem with the series. But yeah, and then they cut out like any romance, like even like, yeah, they cut out a lot of romance, even when it was between like Sakura and Shaoran. I think they cut out, there was like a specific episode where they have like a romantic moment and they cut that out, which is bizarre. Apparently with Cardcaptor Sakura, they were trying to market it to like boys and girls, and so I think they were trying to like remove anything that felt too quote unquote girly. Like the opening is totally different, which, not gonna lie, the English opening is kind of iconic, but the English dub it's crazy. They did a lot of weird things. I have 24 pages left in my current sketchbook. I just counted. I'm so happy. That's so exciting. Congrats. I'm close to getting this sketchbook done, which I'm very excited about. I think, how many pages do I have left? Let's see, while we wait for it to dry. Let's see, I have the one that we're working on now, 2, 3, 4. There's a couple of pages in here as well. They're not fully finished. 5, 6. I think that's like 6. That's really exciting. Yeah, I think I have like 5, 6 pages left. Woo! Yes. This sketchbook is gonna be a really juicy sketchbook flip through. It'll be a really good sketchbook tour video. They made a lot of odd choices with dubbing anime from that time period, honestly. Yes. The most notable, I think, for people is making Sailor Uranus and Sailor Neptune and Sailor Moon cousins when they're literally girlfriends. Even as a kid, I was confused. I was like, this doesn't feel right. Something's going on. Nelvana wanted to market the shows towards boys too and compete with Pokemon, so a lot of the romance and emotional stuff was cut. Yep, totally. You can see it. You can see what they were trying to do. Like the card captors, a mystic adventure. Like in hindsight, like that opening is pretty iconic. It's fun. But they were really trying to lean, like, yeah, gender neutral or whatever. But what makes Cardcaptor Sakura so magical is how feminine it is. Like, it's just so girly, and I love it. Yeah, they did the same with Sailor Moon. I just learned in the Korea release they covered up the starlights and edited out them changing genders. Wow. That doesn't surprise me, but yeah. Gonna help make cookies. Ooh, yum. Enjoy making cookies, Jen. Also, I have an event this Saturday. It's a 1980s goth event. I'm debating on vampire goth or romantic goth. I'm probably going to go the vampire route, though. That sounds so fun. Oh my gosh, no wrong choices. Yeah, that's so fun. I love dressing like I'm a vampire. Yeah, I'm very glad that we're now in an age of when they're dubbing an anime, they just keep it the same. They don't change anything. Thank God. I will say they sometimes pronounce the names wrong, which does drive me insane. You have one job. On TikTok, so many people that come across my page and they're talking about Jujutsu Kaisen, they pronounce Geto as Gato, and I'm like, why does everyone pronounce it like this? I don't understand. It's Geto, and I realized that the dub pronounces it like that, and so I can't entirely fault them because that's what they watched, I guess, but it drives me crazy. Love it when people fill the entire pages with art while I leave like one silly and bad drawing in the middle with no context. That's fun too, though. I don't know what it is. I feel like I need to utilize the entire page. But you probably finish sketchbooks a little faster that way. That cousin choice had raised more questions for me than anything. Gato. I know. It's kind of like, it's funny because, you know, but that's not, it's not how it's pronounced. I watched the original with subs. Dubs don't feel authentic. I also prefer subs as well. I do not judge, you know, don't judge too harshly if people want to watch a dub, but I prefer subs as well. But yeah, this is Geto, not Gato. Okay, he's a little dusty, but anyway, he is. I think I show my lookup figures like once every live stream, but I have to because they're just looking at me and they're so cute. Yeah, I love them with all my heart. I have so many little trinkets and knickknacks sitting around on my my desk here. I got this when I was in Japan. It's the gachapon. He like sits on your cord, like on the, it's very cute. I also have this San photo card. I got this in Japan too, at the Pop Mart in Japan. Love her. Anyway, this is still wet. Just stalling. Okay, maybe I'll do like line art on the characters here. I kind of want to use maybe a colored pencil for that actually. Let me grab them. Look at these cups that I have them in. So fun, right? I have this Spirited Away one and then the Sanrio one, which is so fitting because I'm going to be doing all sorts of Ghibli and Sanrio things when I'm in Japan. So let's use, I think, this. What are your thoughts on Toilet Bound? What is that? Is that an anime? Oh my god, yes. Michiru to Michelle, Haruka to Amara. Oh my god, I forgot about the name changes. You're right. Oh, Darian for Tuxedo Mask, Mamoru. What was Usagi? Oh, Usagi was Serena. That one, like, because Princess Serenity, I was like, okay, I kind of see what we're doing here. But, so... And then, in Cardcaptor Sakura, they kept her name Sakura, but they pronounced it Sakura. And then they changed her last name to, like, Avalon instead of her Japanese last name, which is Kinomoto. And then Tomoyo's name was Madison or something. It was so bizarre. Oh my gosh. Anyway, the other thing that I'll never forget, which I find so hysterical, is in Pokemon, when they were eating the onigiri, the little rice balls, they would call them jelly donuts. Oh my god. So silly. I am back. Welcome back. I mean, live and let live, right? I couldn't care less about how someone else enjoys something. You do you, me do me. I prefer dub because I normally do homework while I watch anime. Totally, yeah. I think that, like, there's a lot of benefits to watching the dub, mainly because, yeah, you're able to, like, multitask. That is something that I do think is really beneficial to watching a dub if you don't understand Japanese and yeah, you want to like work on things while you watch anime. I would love to be able to just like, yeah, have an anime playing in the background while I sketched or like cleaned my apartment or like things like that. And the other nice thing about watching a dub is you can like be totally locked in on the animation because you're not like, you know, having to watch the animation and read subtitles at the same time. So yeah, totally valid to watch dubs. I just personally prefer subs. Usually. I think there's like a couple cases where I will watch a dub. I find the Ghibli dubs are pretty good. Toilet Bound Hanako. Oh, it is an anime. Okay, I've never heard of it before. What is it about? I'm so curious now. I feel like you guys understand my taste, so I trust your opinion or like your recommendations. I remember like ages ago someone was like, you should watch Jujutsu Kaisen, and I was like, okay, and then I watched it and I was like, this is life-changing. Well, maybe not life-changing, but you know, I love Jujutsu Kaisen. I can't with Rini. Also, I appreciate you restraining yourself to say Sakura correctly. Thank you. It does like take me a moment. I am back. How have you been, Tina? Thank you. I'm good. I'm very excited for my Japan trip. It's just sort of like the only thing my brain can think about lately. And I'm having a really nice chill time with you guys, just working on this little study and talking anime in Japan and stuff. How are you? How's everyone doing? I've never really watched anime, but I've started watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure upon recommendation that this weird shit is my brand, and it really is. Earnestly hopeful and colorful absurdity. Claudie, that is such a fascinating first anime. I'm so glad that you're enjoying it. I am so grateful when, you know, people who don't typically watch anime give it a shot and then enjoy it, because it's just like not for everyone. So I understand why people might just be like, I don't know about this. So whoever recommended it to you, I'm glad that they understood what you'd be interested in. I personally tried to watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and I didn't make it past like the second episode, just because I'm such a character-driven person when I consume media, and I felt zero investment in any of the characters that were presented to me. But I probably just didn't give it like a proper shot. But I know JoJo is very, very beloved. Wish we had chameleon abilities. I wish too. I would love to just like change my hair color, my eye color. How's Moving Castle dub? I can watch peacefully. Agreed. It's an anime where a high schooler girl accidentally bonds with a ghost spirit boy. He haunts a bathroom stall. Wait, that sounds, that appeals. That sounds fun. The name is unfortunate. But that sounds like I would enjoy it. Oh my god, when are you going to Japan? Take me, LOL, just kidding. I am going to Japan April 9th through the 24th, so like pretty soon. I'm very, very excited. Yeah, I made a YouTube video recently going through like all my outfit choices. It was very nerve-wracking, but people have been so nice in the comments, so grateful for that. And yeah, I mean, I can't physically take you with me, but I definitely will be trying to vlog as much as possible so that you guys can experience the trip with me. I don't know if doing line art for the building is necessary, just because it is like meant to sort of be like receding into the background, but seeing the red is kind of bugging me, so I think just going over it very gently with some blue feels a little bit more color, more harmonious color-wise. I really like the art style of the anime. Ooh, okay, that's good. I am definitely somebody who, if I don't like the art style of something, I'm gonna have a really hard time getting into it, or I just avoid it altogether. That's very crucial for me because I am a visual person, as I'm sure it comes to no surprise. Like, an example would be, I avoided watching BoJack Horseman for a really long time, despite the fact like everyone was raving about it, because I just was like, this looks ugly for my personal taste. I still think it's ugly, but I did finally watch it years ago and I did enjoy it, but visually not my cup of tea. But I understand the art style does make sense for the type of show that it is. But, you know, I'm an artist, so I like to watch something that's pleasing to the eye. I like doing the dubs because of not only all the reasons you gave, but also I have a pretty bad case of dyslexia, so yeah, very valid. One of my old boyfriends from when I was in my early 20s, he also needed to watch dub for that reason as well. Like, he could not do subtitles because, yeah, of his dyslexia. So, very valid. For the longest time, I tried to get my boyfriend into anime and he was so opposed, but then he started watching on his own one day and has gotten me into new animes. How interesting. I bet you feel so vindicated. That is so interesting. I mean, I do think that that kind of is the case with certain people. It's sort of like they're kind of stubborn, like they just need to like do it on their own. So I mean, I'm very glad that he finally gave it a true chance. But yeah, sometimes it just depends on like what you start out with, right? Because everyone's taste is different, and like there's so many different types of anime out there, depending on, you know, what you're into. So that's why like when someone asks me for recommendations, if they are new to anime, I'm like, we gotta narrow it down. We gotta narrow down like what genre you want, like what kind of shows that you typically enjoy. Like there's so many factors, you know? I don't know, how do we feel about outlining that tree? I feel like it sort of, I feel like I went too, it sort of throws off the vibe, because it's meant to be like really soft and kind of airy. I kind of wasn't thinking. I went too dark, I think. But that also means I feel like I need to now do a little bit of liner on the rest to make it all make sense, but we'll try and be a little bit more sparing about it this time. Just go a little lighter with it. Lighter hand. Yeah, that looks better. That looks more going kind of darker up top there. That's bugging me though. I might, maybe, can I use a white maybe on top of it? Kind of, nope. Not really. It's fine. Just accept it. Oh wait, I have a white watercolor here that I never use. Let's see if that, maybe. Let's discover. Let's find out. Yeah. Look at that. Sweet. All right. Oh, as it's drying, it's kind of, but that's okay. I just wanted it to be like more diffused. Gonna head out now. Bye. Thank you for a chill painting session. Thanks for joining. Oh, I missed so much of the chat. This turned out so well. Looks adorable. Thank you so much. Well, I've watched some Sakura Chasseurs des Cartes when I was like 4, and Naruto when I was like 12 on Teletoon. Then some of first season Sailor Moon. Gonna keep going on that too. Okay, so you like, yeah, you dabbled a little bit, but that makes sense because like when you're a kid, like certain like anime, sometimes it's like not anime to you, it's just cartoons. That's how I felt like when I was watching Pokemon, like when I was a kid. I had no idea. Pokemon and Sailor Moon, those are like technically my first anime, but I didn't know what anime was. I was just like, oh, I'm watching cartoons. Just made it. Thanks for joining. I started, I mean, we're close to being finished actually, but happy to have you. I'm the same way when it comes to shows. Yeah, it's very colorful and saturated. Yes, I like color too. I also really need to like the art style to enjoy something. Sometimes it's hard reading some DC comics. I just have to fight my way through it because the plot is good. The guys can be so ugly. No, that's a travesty. Oh, that's sad. The style was off-putting for me at first, but honestly, BoJack is a modern masterpiece when it comes to character writing. Yeah, it's really good. Like, it's really well written. And I do think that the art style makes sense for the story, but it's just like not my cup of tea typically. JoJo sounds crazy and maybe something I would like, but I can't handle the art style. However, I can appreciate some of the wild fashion choices. The fashion choices are quite fun. Apparently the creator is really, really interested in fashion, which like totally makes sense. And I think he did a collab with, was it Gucci? I could be wrong, but he did a collab with like a luxury brand in recent years, which is so cool. Kind of reminds me of like with Bleach, Tight Kubo, I always remember, I don't remember how to pronounce his name, but the creator of Bleach, he's also really, really into fashion. So like his characters were already like, well, were already always very well dressed. Okay, I think, what else? You know what? Maybe I'll just continue to noodle around with some color pencils. Kind of fun. Since we have them here, why not? Oh, he's very stubborn. Yeah. Might have been one of those things where, like, it doesn't even matter which anime you showed him. He was just gonna be, like, about it. Yes, I got my brothers into Yu Yu Hakusho, and they ended up watching the anime without me. Oh my god, the betrayal! I'm glad they enjoyed it, though. I remember me watching Avatar: Last Airbender upon your recommendation. I feel I'm ready to start watching some new animated thing. I'd love watching something with female leads and cute aesthetics / fashion, preferably something like Detective or Magical Girl, and available on Netflix. Any recommendations? Ooh, what can we recommend to Nifty Flex for new anime? Also, did you enjoy Avatar: The Last Airbender? I hope you did. Something with a female lead, cute aesthetic / fashion, something like Detectives or Magical Girl, available on Netflix. Is Cardcaptor Sakura on Netflix? Because I feel like that could be an option. I know where, like, it seems maybe on the nose because I'm literally working on a Cardcaptor Sakura screenshot right now, but I do feel like it fits the criteria, and it's not super long. Like it's like 90 episodes maybe or something. It's like approachable, you know. And it is the magical girl genre, but also I feel like it does kind of have you know, a slight detective quality, because basically the premise of Cardcaptor Sakura is she finds this magical book in her dad's basement, or her basement in her dad's library, and she opens the book, and I think 50 magical cards fly out, and then basically she's tasked with collecting all of the cards. And when she encounters the cards, they all have, you know, different magical abilities, and so she's having to deduce like what that card is and then how to capture it accordingly, you know? Like there's some like problem solving involved. It's not just like arbitrary, like in like Sailor Moon, where she just has to, you know, throw the scepter around and she has like one move or whatever. Whereas like with Sakura, it's like if she's catching a specific type of card, she has different problem solving is involved in order to catch it, and then she uses her cards kind of like in Yu-Gi-Oh or like Pokemon, where, you know, you have different moves with different cards. Oh, anyway, can you tell I love the show? I really love it more without outlining. Yeah, I feel like it looks softer without having super heavy line art. The JoJo's author designed a protein design for a scientific journal cover. Man is just doing all sorts of side quests. That is amazing. Okay, this reminds me, totally off topic from the anime, but the reason why Flynn Rider is so hot is because they made young women in the room and asked them to create the hottest guy from Tangled. Yes, they did the right thing in acquiring information from the target audience. Yes, I totally agree. he's obviously not everybody's type, but he obviously hits a lot of people's types. Yona of the Dawn. I was thinking of that too. I love Yona of the Dawn. The only downside of Yona of the Dawn is it didn't continue. It was only one season, which is so sad. I loved that one. Yeah, I feel the same. The only anime that I have technically seen is all the Studio Ghibli movies, and Pokemon and Avatar: The Last Airbender was my first. I mean, Studio Ghibli is a great introduction, for sure. I would have said Yona of the Dawn, but she isn't a magical girl, and the anime is more historical with some fantasy elements. It is a good option. It's not quite, it doesn't exactly hit the mark, but it is a good option. Glitter Force could work, or Pretty Cure. That's on Netflix. Okay, that's good. Oh, Glitter Force was removed. Oh no! I mean, also everyone has different accesses depending on which country you live in. Because I live in Canada, so my Netflix is probably going to be different from some of your Netflix accounts. Accessibility, I should say. Okay, using this green color pencil, like to get that green glow on the trees is definitely working for me. Because we're able to add color without necessarily like changing the value, which is nice. At this point, I'm basically done. I'm just sort of noodling around. Because I don't really have time to start a whole new one. But I'm not ready to leave yet. Ooh, don't forget to hydrate, friends. Little Witch Academia. Ooh, that's a good recommendation. That was a really cute one. I'm currently slowly watching Spy Family and I'm loving it. Oh, Spy Family is really cute. The Snow White with the red hair is also good but more chill. Oh, Frieren? Oh yeah, that's true. I haven't seen the Snow White with the red hair. Frieren, I tried to watch. I mentioned this before. But it's revealed, like in the first episode, basically, that I think what essentially is probably her love interest is gonna be a memory throughout the show. And I was like, I can't have that. So, anyway, that was just me being a little stubborn, I guess. But I've heard so many people, like, love Frieren. I've kind of been an oddball around my work friends because most 2D animators watch a lot more anime than I do. That's okay. Honestly, like, my friend, my one friend who used to work in animation but doesn't anymore, also wasn't super into anime either. Which initially kind of surprised me because she used to be in animation. But she was more inspired by Disney, which is like totally valid. There's other animation out there other than anime. I need the Witch Hat Atelier anime to release ASAP. I've seen it looks really cute. Yes, I loved Avatar: The Last Airbender so much. Cat Sakura sounds great, and I noted the other is down too. Thanks for the Rex. Yay, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Now that makes me wonder who designed the human version of Beast from the Beauty and the Beast. True, because I think many of us can agree that when the Beast turns into a human, we're all like, oh. Well, I'm a little disappointed. Okay, not a detective show, but there is a female lead and it does involve fashion and romance. My Dress Up Darling. Oh, that sounds familiar. I haven't seen that one though. It's beautiful, Tina. You did a great job. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with how it turned out. It's cute. I'm glad that we were able to work on this because, yeah, it really wasn't so hard. Backgrounds are, you know, many of us are intimidated by it. I'm trying to break out of that. Oh yeah, I do need to do the window still. It's finally dry. Okay, first, let's see if the color pencil works, and then if not, I'll use the paint marker. Actually, you know what? I feel like I want it to be a little bluer, actually. The sky reflecting in the window. Okay, maybe I'm not actually done. I thought I was, but perhaps not. We have blue here, and then there's it's kind of a little bit green on the bottom to reflect the oh no, that's not what I wanted. Freerun really got to me in a very visceral way. My English stiff upper lip was crumbling. Oh, I know. It really resonated with people. The Apothecary Diaries is coming to Netflix, and it checks off female lead mystery drama. Not as cute as it is a seinen and not a shoujo. Apothecary Diaries is a good choice too. It does have that kind of detective energy, but the slowest burn romance of all time. Snow White with the Red Hair is about a girl who runs away from his country's prince after he sets his eyes on her, and while she is traveling bumps into the neighboring country's prince and works as a healer for him. Oh, that sounds fun. I feel like I'm into fantasy. That sounds fun. Do you have a favorite Pokemon series? XY and XYZ is my fave. You know what? I unfortunately did not really keep up with Pokemon beyond like the first 2 generations. So I'm not super familiar with the rest. But I did love it when I was growing up. Okay, that side's wet, but let's see if I can... No, color pencil is not gonna hit, so we need to use the paint marker. That's fine. For real, I was confused by that choice for the beast. Right? Like, it's supposed to be this grand reveal, and I was just like underwhelmed by it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3. The Girl on the Other Side, it's available on Crunchyroll and has an illustrative children's storybook style of animation. I haven't seen it yet, but it looks fun and interesting. Oh, that does sound interesting. Even Belle was disappointed. I could tell that even as a kid watching it. I'm dying. That is so funny. Comic-Con is starting in May here in South Africa, and I'm already saving up for some merch from the Artist Alley. All this anime talk is getting me excited. Ooh, yay! I'm so excited for you. Speaking of Comic-Cons, I am randomly, for anyone who's in the GTA, like, you know, the Toronto area, I am doing a K-pop convention, or like tabling at a K-pop convention this coming, no, next weekend on the Saturday, on the 5th, April 5th. It's super random, but also I'm like looking forward to it just because I have K-pop merch, and I've never been to a K-pop exclusive, well, K-pop forward, I should say, convention before. It's like K-pop and anime, which is perfect for me, so I'm looking forward to it. If you ever decide to try it again, Free Run is totally worth it. It's a really beautifully done show. I cried. Aw, man. I probably would cry. If it made you cry, I'd probably cry. Everything makes me cry. I'm very sensitive in that way when it comes to like TV shows and stuff. I get very affected. My reaction was just, oh, to the beast. Yeah. Time to binge watch Free Run and To Your Eternity. So many recommendations. I love it. Imagine she just tells him to turn back. Dead. Or she's just like, actually... Not Belle being disappointed. I'm dead. So funny. Human Beast was so ugly. I think someone on Twitter redesigned it to look more fluffy. Hair and a beard. Ah, yeah, that would make sense. Like a beard, that does make sense. I feel something similar when reading fantasy books when they describe the male lead. Like, that's just a guy, and I will not be picturing that random white boy. You're getting turned into Howl now. Totally. That's the beauty of reading, right? Is like you get to use your imagination however you'd like to imagine the character. Add in the little fence details up here. I cry at everything, to be honest. I once cried watching George of the Jungle. That's so relatable, though. I also cry at everything. Like, there's times where I'm like, why? Why did that make me cry? Can you shapeshift? Yes. Great. Now turn back. Belle was a true monster lover. Obsessed. Oh my god, I gotta check out Free Run. I loved Violet Evergarden, even though I cried every episode. Oh my god, I've heard that a lot about that show. I don't know. I don't think I could emotionally handle that. Belle was the OG right there. Truly. So funny. Okay, I'm like, do I keep noodling around with this or do I move on? But like, I don't know if I have the energy to start something new because it's already 4:30 basically, so maybe I just keep kind of noodling around with this while we keep chatting. Because basically, whenever I'm like, okay, I need to go now, like when I finish a live stream, it's usually because I'm hungry, but I'm not hungry yet. Although now that I've said it, maybe the hunger will start to set, but not hungry yet. I don't cry often, but I cried like the third time watching Moana. Not the first two. It hit different that time. Interesting. This is why the shape of water was made. It was justice for monster lovers. Absolutely. Belle saw him and said, maybe if he grows a beard, I can work with this. True. If anyone is an Epic the Musical fan here, ouch, my heart hurts. Yes, girl, you are Moana. Tell those ghosts. Aww. Yeah, honestly, I feel like certain media, it affects you also depending on like what's going on in your life personally. Like for me, like if I'm on my period, I'm gonna be extra sensitive or extra emotional about whatever TV show or whatever it is I'm watching. The Tigger movie also broke me. Oh, Winnie the Pooh. Oh my gosh, I'm so sad. The one of the most popular rides at Tokyo Disneyland is the Winnie the Pooh ride, and I just found out that it's closed for maintenance. So I can't go on it. I'm so sad. I was really looking forward to it. But c'est la vie. It'll still be a good time. Also, what was that show where the girl falls in love with the ghost boy? Someone recommended earlier. Oh yeah, Toilet Bound Hanako. Yeah, I'm gonna commit that to memory. I feel like that for some reason that's just like it appeals to me, even though it sounds so sad because from the get-go he's a ghost. But I don't know. Sometimes you want that. Sometimes you want that little angsty morsel. The movie Soul made me want to cry. Aw, yeah. That one's really relatable, honestly. I just hate that Disney keeps doing these like blob characters. But I really appreciated the sentiment and the message with Soul. I just didn't like the character design choices. For my first birthday... Oh, my first birthday was Beauty and the Beast themed. Now I'm a furry. It all makes sense. It all came together. Has anyone ever been with a group of friends where everyone is talking about fictional men and you're just sitting there going, I don't see the appeal? I could not relate because I am all about fictional men. Only fictional men at this point. If I'm on my period, I'm gonna be extra pissed about the character he effed up / killed off. Oh, fair. It's okay, she can fix him. Bring him back to life. That better be the premise. Or like what's the other one where like he's in a coma somewhere and he's like gonna wake up? This is super not anime, but the animated 2015 The Little Prince movie is one that makes me cry in a different way every time. Aww, oh my god, when I was in Korea, I went to this little like village. They kind of dubbed it Little France, basically, and or Petit France, and they had Petit Prince everywhere. It was so cute. And then they turn to you and ask what your fictional man crush is, and you have nothing to say. Y'all got friends? Oh no! Honestly, if you don't have any fictional crushes, that's totally valid. I feel like, yeah, what can you do in that situation? I mean, obviously just be honest. Yeah, I don't know. I can't relate because I have many a fictional crush. But I'm sure eventually you can just change the subject to something that everyone can join in on. Or if you have a different crush that's not fictional, that could be a point of conversation. Controversial take, most of the blob / animals turned characters are darker skinned characters in those movies. I have noticed that as well, and that is very suspicious. That was my frustration with Princess Tiana, like Princess and the Frog, was I loved like the first 30 minutes of the movie when they're human, and then they were frogs for like way too long, which is very, very frustrating. I remember a while back, Tetsuya Nomura did an interview where he said he didn't get why people thought Sephiroth was attractive, and I was like, brah, I got eyeballs. How is he surprised? That's crazy. That's crazy. Sephiroth is like the edgelord, white, long white hair, pretty boy blueprint. Like, let's be real. Yeah, Sesshomaru and Yue were my first anime crushes. Exactly! They all kind of fit in the same category. 100%. Brother Bear was the most heartbreaking animated movie for me as a kid. I don't really remember that one very well, but I don't doubt you. For me, Fox and the Hound would just absolutely destroy me every time I watched it. Like, I would like bawl my eyes out like every like on 3 different occasions during that movie. If they're friends, they'll totally jump on that track with you, even if they don't relate, they can still listen. I like listening to what my friends like, and sometimes I even find a new interest. Exactly, yeah, like, just be honest. If, like, the topic doesn't resonate with you, like, just be honest with it, and then they can move, you know, everyone can just move on. Or, yeah, like, just, you can talk about the things that you're interested in. I have plenty of friends where we, you know, have like differing interests, but like, yeah, we're friends. So it's like, if you're really excited about it and you want to talk about it, like, feel free. It's much like these live streams, you know, I'm sure there's many a thing that I talk about, and some of you guys are like, I have no idea what the heck she's talking about, but it sounds like she's having a good time. Bambi and Fox and the Hound traumatized us with heartbreak. I know! Bambi too! Oh my gosh. Yeah, 100%. Most of my fictional crushes at the moment are pairs of furry men and women that I ship together. Also, I'm married. What is wrong with me? Nothing wrong with that. I feel like a lot of people relate to that. Like, where it's like, I'm not even interested in this character for me. I'm interested in the dynamic that these two characters have with each other. That's where fan fiction is born, truly. The scene where the lady leaves the fox in the woods. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, it absolutely breaks my heart. Oh, I could. Oh, I can't. I can't. The montage of like the years that when they were together, like celebrating his birthday, and oh my god, I'm like gonna cry just thinking about it. I swear to God. Seriously? Even girls who didn't care for the game thought Sephiroth was hot, like me. Exactly, me too. I've never played Final Fantasy, but I'm like, yeah, of course. One of my friends is the same about not liking fictional characters, but she loves female leads, so we will chat about that. Perfect, exactly. The Lion King is so dark. It's like you got the kingdom, but your uncle still killed your daddy and traumatized you. I know. It is rough. That one's rough for sure. Hamlet, right? It's based off Hamlet. Okay, I'm like pretty much done. I'm like done this, but I'm having fun chatting with you guys. So what shall I work on now? I don't want to start an entirely new screenshot necessarily. So what to work on? Maybe just find like a little pocket of space in the sketchbook for something. You guys are getting a sneak peek. The sketchbook flip through. Oh yeah. Well, this wouldn't be watercolor though, but I do have this little pocket in this corner here from a different live stream that I never finished. But I need to use my paint markers, which I'm not really in the mood for, to be honest. You know what? Maybe I just start the other screenshot redraw, but like without the pressure of actually finishing it necessarily. Let's do that. So let me bring it back up. Whoop. All dogs go to heaven. I loved that one. Not Bambi. I know. Oh my gosh. It's just so kill and casual here. I know. I know so little anime and K-pop and don't have fictional crushes at the moment, but I'm here for the vibes. Oh, I'm glad, Tasha. On the topic of older Disney films, Cinderella and The Hunchback of Notre Dame really hit different when I rewatched them as adult women. Yeah. Hunchback of Notre Dame is like, that was made for adults, I swear. That movie is, oof. It's so good though. But like, dark. Really dark. Like, Frollo is truly the ultimate villain. Like, that is a terrifying person because you know that person exists in real life and it's not good. I'm just putting all my colored pencils away. Make some room here. I think what I'll do is work on this. This page will be Cardcaptor Sakura. This page will be Sailor Moon. Ooh yeah, I'm starting to feel hungry now, of course. But I'll stick around for a little longer. The Hunchback made me sad and wanted to push Frollo off a cliff. Absolutely. Oh, The Land Before Time. You guys, oh my god, Land Before Time. That also destroys me. Anastasia, yes! We love Anastasia. I saw the stage version a few years ago and it was so magical. Frollo freaked me out as a little girl, but I couldn't understand why. Now I understand. Frollo was so creepy and an evil man, truly. His song is a banger though. It's true. That song is cinema. It is cinematic. The leaf that fell in the movie. Oh, the star tree. The star tree leaves. So good. I remember when I watched Berserk for the first time and I wanted to finish it, and when I finished it, I was speechless. I never had a series change me like that. I have heard that, yeah, I've heard really high praise about Berserk. I have not seen or read it because I heard that it probably would emotionally destroy me. And I don't know if I'm in the right headspace for that. That's kind of how I feel about Grave of the Fireflies, the Studio Ghibli film, which, again, it's one of those things where I know it's like probably a masterpiece, but it will emotionally destroy me. Like the anime Given, which is sad, but probably not to the same degree, like that, I was sad. I was so sad for like 2 weeks. That's why I can't watch Banana Fish. I think that would also just like, I'd have to like take a week off. The Last Star Leaf, yeah. Oh. It's a weird choice from Disney to adapt that story in hindsight. Hunchback, I know, it is bizarre, but it's a phenomenal movie. My mom actually forbid me from watching The Hunchback because she got one look of Frollo and was like, nope, she knew. I wanted to start painting, but my cat fell asleep on my lap. I have no choice but to sit still. It's true. That is the law. When a cat sits on your lap, you cannot move. It is the law. I'm making a baby dress for my cousin. Oh, so cute. As I get older, the movie The Fantastic Mr. Fox becomes more relatable. I love that movie. I haven't seen it in a while, but oh my gosh. That is a great movie. I unfortunately dropped a stamp here, so there's a mark on it, which is a shame, but it's okay. I think maybe I'll just try and do like a darker screenshot there. Okay. Jen, your screenshot looks great. I love the additional little like floral kind of border you gave. Super cute. Let me pull up the reference photo for myself. Ooh, hydration reminder. The Hunchback original soundtrack hit so hard. It's so good. It's so good. The singer for, what's his name? Out there, living in the sun. What's his name? Why am I blanking? Not Frollo. Quasimodo. There we go. So good. Silent Voice made me bawl. Bawl, I tell you. I haven't seen that one. I've heard it's really good though. Say, my sister wants to watch The Grave of the Fireflies, but I don't want to. I watched Grave of the Fireflies when I was putting makeup on, which was a huge mistake. Oh no! Yeah, mascara tears, I'm sure. The villain songs go so hard for both Anastasia and Hunchback of Notre Dame. Like, Frollo is a horrible, creepy man, but he can sing. I know. Over here making a sad girl anime list now. Sometimes you're just in the mood for it, you know? I'm not right now. I'm not. But sometimes that's the vibe that you want. Oh, this background is so much more intimidating because it's more, you know, we gotta actually do perspective. Oh no. Okay, what's our vanishing point? Here, perhaps? Gosh. No, actually, it's probably up here. Like that, right? No. I don't know. Oh my god. Maybe I don't think about it that hard. Doesn't have to be perfect. Okay, now I'm like, wait, backgrounds are scary. Not anime, but the game Sally Face messed me up for weeks too. I couldn't even listen to the soundtrack without feeling despair. Yeah, video games, I can totally see why people get so invested in them, because it's like you're in the game, right? So it's you can't help but feel invested, and you spend so many hours in the game. I know people really loved what's it called? The Last of Us. I haven't played that or watched it, but I know that was one that really got people. Make sure to have tissues, water, and some snacks, and a plushie to fight the sadness. Water is key. You gotta rehydrate after crying. I have been sketching characters for my D&D campaign along with the stream. Oh my god, amazing! How fun. I feel like creating your own D&D characters would be so fun. You get to pick like what type of species your character is, and what kind of features. Actually, you know what? I think roughly sketching it freehand might be easier for me to just figure out placement, and then maybe I'll use the ruler to like finesse the lines to make them straighter or more like precise. I'm not sure if like drawing the center would have made more sense or drawing the outside parts make more sense. I don't know. I'm just trying my best. My high school freshman history teacher actually showed us Grave of the Fireflies for a class, and that traumatized me and the rest of my classmates. Oh my god, that is really, that must have been such a shock, because I'm sure none of you were expecting it, to be like so emotionally distraught by a movie you were shown in class. Wow, that is a very bold choice of your teacher. Very cool that your teacher was showing an animated film. But damn, what a choice. Rip makeup. My cat is sleeping in the cutest position ever and I don't know what to do with myself. Aww. Take photos. I'm such a baby. FNAF. I got so upset over the murders. I don't blame you. I also get really mad when, or I really get upset when characters that I really like get killed off. You know what's making this more challenging as well is the ratio is different, which I knew, but it's harder to do when it's more like perspective based. Maybe I start in the middle and then make my way outwards. Stories where a jaded, rough man learns to love again through a found family trope hits. 100%. Perfect timing. I just got my watercolors in today. Oh, exciting! Unfortunately, I actually am gonna leave the stream soon since I've been streaming for how many hours now? Almost 4 actually, but you will be able to watch the live stream from the beginning when I finish up today. Love this art afternoon, Tina. Gotta go make supper now. Bye. Thanks for joining, Jen. I love that you painted along with me. I'm probably gonna leave for supper soon, actually. Hi, Tina and chat. I'm super late. I must report that since the last stream, I saw AT's live on Valentine's Day and then Taemin in March, and my brain chemistry has been altered forever, I fear. Oh, I'm so jealous, but so happy for you. Seeing AT's on Valentine's Day is chef's kiss. That's amazing. I'm sure Taemin was incredible as well, but I am an 18-y, so that's, you know, that's where my brain is at. That's so exciting. I'm very happy for you. You got to see the Mingy proposal. Oh my god, that's magical. So freaking cute. When I was a kid, my school made a music-themed documentary called Mood Music, and the school made me buy on DVD. Oh my gosh. The death of fictional children and pets upset me immensely. Absolutely. I got so emotionally invested in stories and characters that it's just too much. I have to be really careful with new things. Me too. Me too. I know this is extremely controversial, but something that I often do because of that is I look up spoilers because I need to be emotionally prepared if a character is gonna die. I did that when I started watching I did that when I was watching Attack on Titan because I knew that a lot of characters were gonna die. And so going into it, I was like, the only way I'm going to survive this is if I just know who to get or who not to get too invested in. I think I might be better off not using a ruler, to be honest. Five Nights at Freddy's lore is confusing at times. I just know that 1 billion kids were killed and haunt animatronics. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. I have heard of the video game, but I never knew what the premise was. Damn, that's dark. I am stuck in a magical creature gouache painting I am doing. I'm still learning and not sure how to make it look as I see it in my head. I need to rewatch some of your videos. Aw, I totally feel you. Honestly, I've struggled with that as well, where you have something in your brain, but you can't seem to figure out how to make it happen on the page. But I do hope that my many a gouache video can help you out. That's so real. I'm glad. I'm gonna go have an early dinner. Thanks for the fun vibes, everyone. Bye, Tina. Thanks for joining, Alston. I'm probably gonna get dinner soon, too. Dinner time soon, soon. I'm gonna try and take lots of photos when I'm in Japan for background references as well, because as I was mentioning before, I really want to like do more environments. But I do think that there is something to be said about taking your own reference photos when you can. There's just something a little bit more meaningful about it, I think. So that is something that I'm going to try and do. I just realized I feel like this is not positioned the way that I want it to be. I feel like when you look at the screenshot, it's like mostly centered. I have it a little bit too like this way. I get so nervous if I don't know what will happen. Me too. I get so much anxiety. I think that's why Slam Dunk right now has been a nice little watch, because it's like, you know, coming of age. It's about sports. Obviously, there's like an element of it's like a sport, so there's obviously like some element of like adrenaline with, ooh, who's gonna win, blah blah blah. I'm not there yet, but it's not the same. It's not life or death. So it's you know, it's a little different. Okay, this is not happening, guys. This is so hard, actually. I don't know what I was thinking. I mean, I will do it eventually. I just feel like I'm not having trouble with it right now. Yes, I witnessed the Yoongi Valentine's proposal with my own 2 eyeballs. Will never recover. Also, sorry everyone is talking about scary movies and I'm here with my gay K-pop brain rot. It's okay. I can do both. Don't worry. I'm very, very jealous, but that is so magical. I think the character death that affected me the most now is from Frieren. Oh no. See, that's why I can't do it. I can't do Frieren. The amount of times I've stuck my hand in paint is crazy. Color pencils, Maine. Oh my god, that's so funny. Aw. I just got back. You're still here. Wow, you're doing Sailor Moon as well. Can see the first one because I missed it. Yes, I think I'm gonna go, unfortunately. I was gonna try and do the Sailor Moon one, or like start it, but I'm starting to feel the hunger for dinner. It's gonna hurt my feelings beating up Sephiroth in the next Final Fantasy VII game. Aw, he'll get over it. He'll be okay. Perspective really stumps me. That's why I don't do backgrounds much. I want to learn though. I know, that's where I'm at too. Like, I want to learn, but it is really intimidating. This was way more approachable, which I was saying before about how like nature is easier for me to do than man-made things because of the perspective. It's easier anyway. But I really, yeah, this one turned out really cute. I really like the addition of the colored pencils I did because I feel like I was able to get that kind of green hints on the trees from the kind of reflection of the grass. Okay, this is not happening today. Understandable, to be honest. You know, I did one today, which is good. Sometimes you just gotta know when to throw in the towel, and it's okay to just do it later. Use the line on the floor to gauge the way the arcade machines will line up. Thank you. Yes, I do think I have to kind of just go about it like in a grid for sure. Go enjoy some dinner, Tina. Thank you for this chill stream. Y'all have a good rest of your day. It's okay. Looks amazing. Thank you. Nice chatting, creating art with you. The vibes in here are so wholesome. Yes, I'm glad everyone had a chill, wholesome time today. I do feel like, you know, I'm very happy with how this turned out, and I had a good time. Next live stream will probably be when I come back from Japan. But look forward to, I will have some pre-recorded videos up for you guys during my Japan trip, so no worries, everything will be as usual. And yeah, I hope you guys have an amazing day or evening wherever you're at, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye. Da, 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 da.